passage as you go into the building. By the retail stores, you take your right, go through the security checkpoint, then in front of you will see the car park. Next to the car park, there is assembly point number 1. You can also use that assembly point during the emergency. Should you need to report anything in this room, any safety hazards or any emergency, from your cell phone, you dial 011-800-6666 or 011-800-444-1. Should a fire starting from this room, on my left on the passage there is a 2 fire extinguisher. We can use that fire extinguisher to extinguish the fire. Only those who trained to fight the fire can help us with that. On those 2 nearest assembly points, we wait there until our safety officers come and address us if the building is safe. Then we'll come back to the same venue and continue with the business of the building. I thank you.
Once again, good morning. By way of introduction, I'm Fatima Ghani. I'm a board member and the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, and I'm filling in for the chairperson, Mr. Makwana, this morning. On behalf of the board, I welcome you to Eskom's Megawatt Park, and we are glad that you have chosen Eskom. You have chosen to make Eskom your headquarters, Eskom headquarters your office for the next 2 days. It is always a privilege to be given an opportunity to engage with SCOPA. As a board, we strongly believe that fulfilling our duty to improve trust, restore confidence, and re-establish credibility and integrity underpins the stabilization of Eskom. Thus, today's engagement has particular significance for us because it is a practical implementation of part of our mandate that deals with improving trust and restoring transparency. In his opening remarks at Tutuka Power Station yesterday, the board chairperson, Mr. Makwana, reassured you of our commitment to rooting out corruption and malfeasance in the organization and bringing those responsible to account. This remains a shared imperative for us as board members. We remain committed to making the bold and difficult decisions that will ensure that Eskom fulfills its commercial and developmental mandate and regains its reputation as South Africa's trusted and credible electricity supplier. We have a clear strategy in place, but also recognize that in a few years we will confront formidable challenges. Having said this, we are confident that through our collective abilities, those of our shareholder, the Eskom Board, Eskom executives and employees, we remain resolute to restore Eskom as a jewel of the nation as we rebuild trust and restore public confidence to create a better environment and society for all. We recognize the role of SCOPA in keeping Eskom true to its path. Hence, we welcome the necessary, frank and relevant disclosure. We are mindful that in order to fulfill your obligations as SCOPA, your role is to ask difficult questions. Our responsibility is to provide you with accurate, complete, and timeless information as we continue stabilizing Eskom. On this note, on behalf of the Eskom Board, I welcome you to Megawatt Park, and I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to say to Madam Chair today because you are so. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right, let me do one final act. The name tags are there, but for ease of reference, I'm going to start there in red. This is the Honorable Mkonto. Next to her is the Honorable Bukes. Next to her is the Honorable Liz, aka Mazambane, or at times my deputy. And then the Honorable Van Minen, Honorable Siweya, Honorable Somyo, Honorable Hadebe with an H, and my name is Mkulewa Hlengwa, and we are accompanied by the full complement of the committee secretariat. So that's who we are. I think then, colleagues, let's start off with the head of legal. But maybe I think let's also get introductions from this side. And let's see all these things you need to raise before you depart at 11:30. Okay. All right, maybe then we'll start with introductions. We'll start with you, Doc.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. My name is Claudel van Eck. I'm a member of the board.
Okay.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. Caleb Kassim, Acting CEO, Eskom. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson, Committee and all present. Mal Govender, Group Executive, Legal and Compliance. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and all members present. Jane Trisanka, Chief Procurement Officer.
Good morning, Chair and all members. I'm Sumaya Nasib. I'm the Acting Group Executive for Government and Regulatory Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. I am Seloma Major. I'm the former GM for Tutuka Power Station.
Morning, Chair and honourable members. I'm Martin Buys, and I'm the Acting Chief Financial Officer.
All right, thank you very much. Yes. Okay, it's Chair of ARC and...
I chair the Human Capital and Remuneration Committee.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right.
I'm the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee.
All right. Head of Legal, as I've already said in the introduction, we are here amongst others in pursuit of the issues that were raised by the former GE. So would like to get a sense of what would be your take and assessment of things in light of what has been raised and where Eskom is at this point in time, particularly around its own legal obligations, conduct, challenges, risks, the whole 9 years. So you've got a carte blanche to say what you would like to say, and then the colleagues will put questions over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's two issues I'll speak to today. One relates to the averments made by the former GCE, both in the interview with Annika Larsen and in his book. And while I have the platform, I may just clarify some confusion that I've picked up regarding the State Capture Task Team and what that team's mandated to do. So, Chair, following the interview with Annika Larsen, we had several deliberations between myself, the CEO, and the Chairman of the Board in terms of unpacking what the next steps should look like for Eskom. Both the management team and the board have the responsibility to take those averments seriously. I think many of the averments made are not news to Eskom, so it's the risks highlighted, the issues highlighted have been highlighted in several platforms on different occasions, maybe not all packaged the way it was on that day. So what we have done is we have appointed an external legal firm to assist us with dealing with these averments. The first step was to engage with the former GCE and George Fivas, which has taken place. They have committed to providing us with a copy of the report, and the report has been requested from the SIU, who we believe has a copy of it. So for Eskom, Chair, and from a legal perspective, our focus is going to be, one, where are recoveries from a civil litigation perspective? Two, what type of consequence management needs to be implemented, be it in terms of suppliers or employees? And three, do we need additional reinforcements in terms of internal governance controls to manage some of the risks that have been highlighted where we don't have sufficient controls in place? So that work is underway. It did take a while for us to reach a point where we had agreement in terms of what the scope of work would look like, but the team is working full force. I'm overseeing the work that's taking place at the moment, and the way we're doing it is, like we've dealt with the State Capture Task Team, is to work on this without creating any business interruption, because we believe that the operational teams have sufficient issues to deal with at present. Chair, in terms of the initial indicators on the losses that have been identified by the former GCE, And the figure mentioned during the interview was 1 billion rand per month. Once again, it hasn't been consolidated previously, but it speaks to fuel oil theft, electricity theft, cable theft, spares theft, coal theft, etc. So those are issues, and those are amounts and risks that I think the executive team and the board are aware of. It's how do we actually go about, one, verifying these statements that have been made and ensuring that we protect Eskom's interests. So, Chair, that's where we are with the Annika Larsen interview. In terms of Andre's book, Truth to Power, what we've done there is, and this is again a risk that Eskom is aware of, there's continuous leakages of information. Our protocols in terms of who speaks to the media, what interviews are given, who attends conferences, it's not as strict as it should be, and it's not followed. So this is an opportunity for us to, one, enhance our internal controls, two, to look at technology that can be implemented to ensure that these leakages can either be monitored or actually more strict technology that can be used. So that's work that's in progress. It's being managed by the company's secretary through his office. So, Chair, that's what I have to say about Andre and the various issues that have been highlighted in that regard. I'll move on to the State Capture Task Team. So, Chair, prior to Justice Zondo releasing the reports as related to Eskom, we had proactively set up a task team to deal with the report once it's issued. So that task team was sponsored by the previous GCE. It was board mandated. I led the work together with the support of an external legal firm and team members from my team. The focus of the State Capture Team was to unpack all the findings and recommendations made by Justice Zondo, and to look at areas, one, where we need improvements, where there's civil litigation underway, where there's criminal referrals that need to be made or have been made.
Just 1 second, ma'am. Sorry, can we turn off that mic, please, CFO? Thanks. Okay. Sorry.
To look at supplier disciplinary action, consequence management, etc. So through the State Capture Task Team, again, we've been working in the background trying to create minimal disruption to business in order to deal with the various findings made by Justice Zondo. Many of the findings and the recommendations actually fall outside of the scope of Eskom. So you'd find with criminal referrals and many of the civil litigation matters, they're either being driven by the SIU or they're sitting with the NPA. So the approach that we've taken there is to collaborate with law enforcement, the SIU, DPE, and others, and to support as best as we can. Some of the traction that we've made to date is, one, all consequence management in terms of employees have been closed out. So there's no employees involved in state capture as identified in the Zondo reports who are in the employ of Eskom. The second big ticket, I guess, issue that we've looked at is in terms of directed delinquency. So in that regard, we have prepared 12 detailed dossiers for handover to DPE, who's actually driving this process. To date, we've handed over 4 of these matters to DPE and SIPC at the request of DPE, and we are waiting feedback on those. Chair, the other big matter that we're driving quite hard is on supplier disciplinary action. With regards to the state capture suppliers that were mentioned by Justice Zondo, we haven't initiated disciplinary action yet, and there is a specific reason for that. So the view that we've taken there is that we would like the criminal process to actually run its course, so that when we do take disciplinary action and any potential for recovery from a civil perspective, it follows a hierarchy of order. Simultaneously, in terms of supplier discipline, we have to date initiated 76 supplier disciplinary matters. There was initially a backlog of approximately 126. Through the State Capture Task Team, we're actually working hard to close that out. Chair, we have also initiated detailed reviews of certain policies and procedures, predominantly in the supplier disciplinary space, the IR space, and in terms of fraud and corruption. So we have made recommendations to the relevant owners of these areas for implementation. As an example, in terms of employee discipline, our processes are extremely cumbersome. They don't translate into quick disciplinary action where we actually need that efficiency. Those are currently under review by the IR team, and I understand for discussion with the unions. We've also initiated a detailed anti-bribery and corruption crime risk assessment with the intention to implement a compliance program focused at fraud and corruption at Eskom. It was one area where we did identify a gap because most big organizations have these compliance programs in place to drive proper behavior. One of the other mitigating controls that we've implemented is the introduction of due diligence processes for material contracts from an anti-bribery, corruption, and sanctions perspective. Chair, I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, colleagues, you have heard the input of the head of legal. Thank you very much. Questions? All right, Honorable Hadebe, Honorable Van Minen, stand by.
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, I'm still Begi Hadebe with an H. Thank you for your presentation. I'll just ask a question and then you will respond and then I'll make a follow-up. I just want to get the understanding of your role in terms of legal and compliance. What are your responsibilities in relation to the executive management and the board? In other words, when and how are you expected to offer legal opinion to these two structures?
Am I able?
Yeah, no. I'm in charge. Proceed.
Thank you for the question, committee member. So my role is to manage all legal and compliance risks at Eskom. It could either be proactive legal advice where I initiate or I identify a risk myself and I bring it to the attention of the executive team through the CEO. I also report into the Audit and Risk Committee in terms of material litigation matters and compliance risks. There may be occasion where legal advice is sought. It could be opinion work, it could be related to litigation, it could be any legal risk that Eskom faces, and that's brought to my office, and either directly or through my team, we deal with it. There are occasions where the board seeks independent legal advice, and we use the legal panel to provide that advice to the board.
Thank you. So in terms of your proactive legal advice, after the interview, what role did you play both to the board and the executive proactively, and what, in your opinion, were the legal risks arising from the interview of the former Group Chief Executive?
Chair, through you. Thank you for the question. So following the interview, I had expressed a legal view to the CEO, acting CEO, and to the board chairman in terms of what steps should be initiated immediately. That took a while, like I said at the beginning, to actually reach a landing in terms of what the next steps look like. For me, and as the GE legal at Eskom, I think that the focus needs to be on where we recover money for Eskom. And
sorry to interject. I just want to please explain exactly what it is that you've advised them to be done immediately.
Okay. Thanks, Chair, through you. So the proposed scope that was initially provided in terms of legal advice was that, one, we need to get access to the report ASAP. So I was not involved in the termination of employment between the GCE and the board. It was something that we were notified of that evening. And following that, I had asked questions regarding the manner in which that termination took place and whether fair process was followed. So that's from a labor perspective. In terms of the actual comments made at the interview itself, my advice was that, one, we need to focus on areas where Eskom is able to recover losses, two, where Eskom is able to take action against suppliers, and three, where Eskom is able to take action against employees that are involved. What I had advised at the time is that the scope not include the persons referred to by Andre in his interview, issues relating to fossil fuel and the just energy transition, issues relating to water security and the turnaround of Eskom. From a legal perspective, those are probably areas where you won't add much value in terms of any legal process that's initiated. Thanks. I hope that answers your question.
And that was done immediately after the interview and while Mr. de Ruyter was still a Group Chief Executive. Now, I'm saying, yes, following the interview, your legal advice was immediately furnished to the relevant authorities while Mr. Andre was still part of Eskom.
No, that is not correct. So the legal advice followed after his termination. The interview aired on Tuesday or Wednesday, and many of us had actually not even listened to it. So it was only brought to our attention the next day. And following a review of the interview, I had a conversation with Andre. I had a conversation post Andre's termination with the acting GCE and with the board chairman.
My question is to get to understand your role immediately after you saw the interview and while Mr. Andre was still the Group Chief Executive. Was it your advice that his contract must be terminated immediately?
I was not requested for legal advice on that.
Yes, I'm saying, remember I asked you,
I'm going to explain.
You said you offer proactive legal opinion. Didn't you see it fit at the time to advise the board and the executive to get the information that you've advised them to get while Mr. de Ruyter was still the Group Chief Executive? In your opinion, do you think the decision to terminate the contract without getting access to all the information that he alluded to, especially the information that you were not privy to, do you think that was, in terms of your role and responsibilities, a correct move, or in hindsight, don't you think the board would have done or acted otherwise? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, through you. So I'll answer the first part first. It all happened very fast. So the interview was broadcast the next day. The former GCE was at the office. We had actually worked till late that evening because we were submitting court papers. And by 9 that evening, I was informed that his contract has been terminated. So it happened very quickly. The actual opportunity to review the interview happened post his termination. We were really busy that week working on a really big court case. I was not requested for legal advice. I did share my views with the acting GCE and the EXCO regarding the termination of his employment in the manner in which it was done.
What was your view?
One, I questioned the fairness. Two, I questioned what was actually said that has brought Eskom into disrepute. Because everything, let me not say everything, the risks that have been highlighted, it's not news to Eskom. So I questioned what exactly has brought the organization into disrepute. And post that, I had engaged with the CEO in terms of what the next steps should be. Since these risks have now been tabled the way it has, from a legal perspective, there are certain actions we need to trigger to protect Eskom. Thank you.
So, do you think, under normal circumstances, you would have been consulted, or your opinion as a group executive of legal and compliance about the steps that the board intended to take? Or is it not necessary for you to be consulted when such a decision is about to be taken?
I think in another organization, I would be consulted. I would like to imagine that the executive team would consult with me if big decisions like this are being taken. The board has its own mandate, and their mandate may not necessarily translate into engaging with me. Thank you.
I think, just 1 second. I think the board will, at some point in our engagement, again, take us through their sequence of events. See, the head of legal says it happened very fast. So she was in one parallel. We'll have to get to understand the board's parallel. So I think do flag that we must not leave here not having probed that matter with the board. Proceed.
So in essence, the matters would have been handled differently. If you're saying if it was another organization, you would have been consulted. What are the consequences or unintended consequences of that action? I'm asking this on the basis that to date, you still don't have the forensic report. You still don't have access to other documents. We have to call people for us to understand the issues, and the board and Eskom had an opportunity to solicitate these views from their group chief executive at the time. Do you think that was in your view, you are free not to respond, but do you think that was a correct decision to take? Have you offered a critique? Are you allowed to do so in terms of compliance, to say, I don't think this decision was taken following due process, or this particular decision, I don't think it's rational, justifiable, and if challenged, Eskom will be exposed? Have you had an opportunity to offer such criticism or advice to the board?
Thanks. So I have offered that criticism to the executive team. I think that we do have executive members sitting on the board, and perhaps the approach could have been different. If my advice was requested, I would have advised that we request a copy of the report. I think it's given that the executive team and the fact that Andre had communicated that he is working on this investigation privately, and none of us knew the details of it. It's something that he mentioned in passing, and he mentioned at a board briefing session late last year. So if I had been requested for advice, and if I had to answer that truthfully, I would say that my advice would have been different to the actions that were taken. But like the chairman says, the board is here, and they may have a different view in terms of the process that was followed.
Thank you. Now, coming to the modus operandi of the intelligence report, in your view and in your mandate, was that done in accordance to the protocol of Eskom? Knowing what you know now, do you think the Group Chief Executive acted within his mandate in relation to dealing with the intelligence report? And do you think the board and the executive were they sidelined deliberately, or was it justifiable, the actions taken at the time by the Group Chief Executive? Is it something that is to be expected given the nature and the extent of his intention at the time? Was everything somewhere within the laws and conduct powers of the Chief Executive justifiable? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So what I understand is that this investigation report was brought to the attention of the previous board chairman. So it wasn't done in complete isolation without Eskom's knowledge. I think that it is not completely untoward for a CEO to initiate an investigation of this sort. I think what's different here is that this investigation has been privately funded and is not in Eskom's books. So that's something that I've noted is different to how other CEOs may do it, where it's actually funded by the company. If one looks at, and I've been at Eskom for a fairly short time, at how difficult it is to actually get things moving and how information leaks and trust is a huge issue. It becomes, I would imagine, and I'm speaking now, if I was the CEO, how difficult it would be to get traction on certain things and on a report like this and to gather intelligence in this manner. The intent, I would imagine, was for the benefit of Eskom. So ultimately, the report would be to either bring wrongdoers into book, to recover monies where we can recover monies, to take action against employees, etc. So protocol-wise, I think that the difference is that it's not in Eskom's books. If the intent is to benefit Eskom, the report should be handed over.
So what I'm trying to ascertain, is there any legal authority that empowers the then Group Chief Executive to act in the manner in which he acted? So if you were to say to us, based on this mandate, fiduciary responsibility, he acted in terms of 1, 2, and 3. Is there any legal basis or a piece of legislation that empowered him to sideline others and to look for outside donors? And that report, in my understanding, it's an Eskom report, and it's not an individual property or belonging. Shouldn't that report be kept or still be with Eskom? Why, if any of the provisions allowed him to do so, why at this current juncture Eskom does not have such a report?
Thanks for the question. So there's no legal authority that actually empowers him to do this, but as a CEO of a company, in terms of his roles and responsibilities, he would be mandated to seek independent advice in this manner for the benefit of the organization. I agree with you 100% that the report should be in Eskom's possession by now. We have been working to try and get a copy of that report, and hopefully my colleagues here from the SIU can make same available. So I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. So in wrapping up, I think most of the stakeholders that we have interviewed, the former board chair, the current board, raise what you've also mentioned, that most of these allegations are not new. You are also confirming that most of these allegations are not new. And if I'm quoting you correctly, you are of the opinion that nothing untoward or that brought Eskom into disrepute, according to your opinion. or am I quoting you incorrectly?
So for ease of just continue, I'll only come in if there's an intervention that's required. It helps the flow of the conversation.
So my view is that nothing in the interview brought Eskom into disrepute. Nothing that was said is completely news to Eskom. So yes, confirm what you're saying.
So were you aware of the cartels in Mpumalanga? Were you aware of the politicians involved in corruption? Were you aware of the former Group Chief Executive approaching the minister? Were you aware of the frustration in relation to some law enforcement agencies not acting? Were you aware of the process involved in getting funds from private donors to deal with the intelligence report? Were you aware of all those issues and the issues related to Eskom buyers arrested, released on the following day, and no action taken? What is it that was not new and what is it that was new? I'm just trying to give a sense and a summary of the interview so that we understand exactly what was new and what would have made the board to reach into a stage of terminating the contract with immediate effect. Thank you.
Chair, I think that the board needs to come in to give their view. Regarding personal conversations with the minister, the whole issue around funding, etc., I was not aware of that. Regarding frustration of law enforcement, cartels, the fact that buyers were arrested and then released on very low bail the next day, those issues have been raised at the executive team. Through the media, there has been allegations regarding cartels. So I have, that's something that I was aware of. It's not something that has been discussed at the executive team in terms of cartels, but I think it is common knowledge that these cartels do exist. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. We'll come back. I'm reminded that I should have stated up front that this meeting, whilst here, is still held within the purview of the powers, privileges and immunities of parliaments and provincial legislatures. So that's clarified for everyone that is here, that the rules of parliament apply in their fullness. So I should have said that prior.
There's one question about the intelligence report. I ask whether or not were you aware and the manner in which it was done, the private donors, were you aware of such? Was this matter brought before the board at any stage while you were present? Or all of Eskom stakeholders only became aware after the interview? Just that part of the modus operandi towards the final release of the intelligence report.
Thank you. So it was common knowledge that the GCE was working on an investigation. As to the funding of it, I was not aware. It was raised at very briefly at a board meeting towards, it may have been November last year, I stand to be corrected, where it was mentioned at this meeting that there is some work happening to understand criminality in Mpumalanga and that this investigation was underway.
Okay, so the board was aware?
As far as I am, to my knowledge, it was mentioned at the meeting last year. Yes. The details of the investigation itself was not shared.
Okay. Yeah, but the board in part confirmed that in Cape Town, that at a board meeting, there was mention. Honorable Van Minen, over to you. Honorable Hadebe, we'll come back. Let's just get other colleagues. Honorable Van Minen, over to you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Governor, I mean, in the last 8 weeks, we have spoken to a number of different role players. We've spoken to the board chair, the Hawks, SAPs themselves, a number of people. And there's been a rather worrying pattern that we've seen developing, which is really the shoot the messenger rather than actually engage with the contents of the message. Now, we've heard several times, I mean, again from you this morning, that substantively in terms of the interview and the book that came out, that the allegations that have been made regarding the depth of corruption, theft, and political involvement at Eskom, but none of these, there was nothing new, essentially. This is a mantra that we've heard over and over again. Yet at the same time, certainly coming from the board chair when we interviewed him, there seemed to be, and also in fact the Hawks, there seemed to be a view that, well, there was nothing to investigate. It was, you know, essentially gossip, I think, the line that was used. Now, given the gravity of the allegations, and given the fact that we've been told repeatedly that this is relatively common knowledge in Eskom, why then did one suddenly have a situation after the interview where the previous group CEO was then essentially terminated for bringing Eskom into disrepute? I mean, if it was nothing new, what was the content of the disrepute? Because this is what I completely fail to understand, particularly in the light of Eskom's often painfully long DCs, that we see people on DC for months and months and months and years, and yet in a case like this, it literally all happened within a case of 24 hours, which really does beg the question of why the speed and why the allegations are bringing Eskom into disrepute rather than actually grappling with the allegations that apparently everybody knew about.
Thanks for the question. So, Chair, through you, once again, I go back to, I think this is something that the board needs to address. I agree 100%. My view is that the question is what was said that has brought the organization to disrepute. Hence, I have a slightly different view in terms of how the events could have unfolded. Chair, I'm not sure if I can add further value, Ms. Banyan. I think the question needs to be directed to the board. Thank you.
Okay, then if I can then proceed. In terms of, you said part of your role is risk identification. Surely then something like this should have been, or may have been, identified to the board as something that really did put the organization at risk. Because, I mean, we've seen what's happened in the last few months. And the statement that I found greatly troubling was the statement by the chair of the board made to us in Parliament, where he simply and very boldly stated that the allegations pertaining to Eskom have nothing to do with Eskom, and Eskom doesn't need to investigate them as they're a SAPS matter. Now, surely one would think that the board and the chair of the board in particular would be particularly interested in pursuing potential allegations that really undermine pretty much everything that Eskom is trying to achieve, if there are, in fact, cartels working within coal, within fuel oil, cables, and everything that goes into it, and not just with Tutuka, but in general. And I mean, one sees the tendrils of that web essentially all over the country. So surely that is a risk that really should have been identified.
Thanks for the question. So these are risks that are discussed at length at various executive committee meetings and at the Audit and Risk Committee meetings in terms of, one looks at coal theft, cable theft, electricity theft. It's not new issues to Eskom. From a legal perspective, I can only take action if there's sufficient evidence that's brought before me to either pursue civil damages or otherwise. To state, and I don't mean to speak for the chair in terms of why he would state that this is a SAPS matter solely, From my perspective, it's bigger than that, because we could still have employees, as an example, in the employ of Eskom that are involved in these cartels or other form of criminal activity that we need to take action, or who we need to take action against. There may be suppliers that are still in our database that we need to take action against. So it's bigger than just the criminal element from a legal perspective anyway. Thank you.
Okay, then you spoke about the disciplinary matters with suppliers in particular, and you made the point that it's Eskom's position that they want the criminal action to take place first. I just want to ask why that is. I mean, sure, if somebody is found criminally liable, it certainly goes a long way to assisting with a disciplinary matter. But of course, the burden of proof is completely different, and it is far higher in a criminal matter. So the risk is that people will be found, or organizations will be found to be not guilty. Does that mean a DC would not follow from Eskom? Because that doesn't make sense, because it's a completely different burden of proof, and you don't need the criminal finding in order to pursue matters, particularly if what you're interested in is, potentially civil reclaiming of monies. So, with the greatest respect, it does seem like Eskom is trying, and we have seen this pattern over the last 4 years, to evade having to bring disciplinary matters on the basis that they're trying to say, no, we need to first have the criminal issues to be dealt with. Given the fact that the role can be extremely long, there are allegations of, well, I've seen allegations that potentially there is corruption within the court system connected to many of these allegations. So we don't know what would necessarily happen there. So it does seem like a rather peculiar avenue to follow, to first want the DC, to first want the criminal matters to be wound up before pursuing the measures that Eskom already has at its disposal, which on a lower burden of proof is probably, frankly, much more likely to lead to a satisfactory result.
Thanks. So the one thing I didn't mention, I actually omitted this earlier, is that all suppliers that were mentioned in the Zondo report have been flagged on Eskom's system for further work. So whilst we have not commenced with disciplinary action against these suppliers, they cannot be awarded new work without a detailed review taking place. The reason that we've actually done this is to not, for example, if a supplier cooperates in a civil process that's initiated by the SIU, or a criminal process, that would impact the sanction that's actually levied against the supplier. If there's a fine that's paid by the supplier as part of any leniency that's awarded by law enforcement or otherwise, that would impact the sanction that's actually directed at the supplier as part of a supplier disciplinary process. So that's the thinking behind it. These suppliers certain suppliers may be awarded new work depending on the services that they do provide to Eskom. But a process has been put in place in terms of which we will consider it from a legal perspective, a risk management perspective, a business needs perspective, where we're dealing with OEMs as an example. So that's the thinking behind that. Thank you.
Okay, and then, in your opinion, coming from legal, do you think that the process to date has been handled as well as it could, and do you think that the necessary steps and sufficient steps are being taken in order to pursue the allegations that have happened, or the allegations that have been made on the evidence or on the information that you have seen supplied?
If I may just seek clarity, are you speaking about the suppliers still, or?
Sorry, I'm really speaking about, I'm speaking about everything that's really happened in the last, sort of 4 or 5 months. Do you think that sufficient action has been taken by the board and, the acting EXCO, given the information that has happened, which appears so far to be a largely hands-off sort of approach to it? do you think that more action should in fact have been taken, although you don't yet have the investigative reports, but on the information that has been supplied?
Thanks. I think we could have acted quicker. So in terms of actually landing a scope that was agreed to by the relevant internal stakeholders that needed to approve it, that actually took a long while to get to. Once that was landed, we had immediately commenced the work. So unfortunately, sometimes governance at Eskom takes a long time to unfold, and that can be a frustration. Regarding the issues that have been, I think it's not completely accurate to say that it's been hands-off. I think, and I speak for myself and as a member of the executive team, we take this seriously. I take this seriously. And the intent is to actually protect Eskom's interests. We may not have acted as fast as we could have under the circumstances, but progress is most definitely being made. We have a really good investigation team that's supporting us with this. The guidance that we've received from George Fivers and his team is that we can have access to the report and consider what internally we could do for Eskom, but at no point in time should we compromise the work that's going to be taking place by the SIU and law enforcement. So it needs to be a collaborative effort. Thank you.
Can you just say clarity? Pfizer has said, because there was a question by Honorable Hatter, have you got access to the report? Just if you can clarify that last bit.
Chair, the report is pending, so we have received a commitment that it will be provided. I think there were internal circumstances at play at George Fivers and with his team, which has delayed the provision. Thank you.
That suffices. Honorable Mkonto, over to you. Honorable Mkonto.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, from the responses that Ms. Govender has given to my two colleagues, I think I have understood her well when she says she is responsible for giving legal and compliance advices to the board and the executive, meaning the entire Eskom. I want to go back to the basics. When the former group chief executive did not agree to undergo vetting, because to me that is a compliance matter, what advice did you give to the board to mitigate this compliance matter when the former group CEO said, no, I'm not going to be vetted?
Chair, I don't necessarily think that's a compliance issue, but that information became knowledge to many of us at the SCOPA briefing session late last year, where we became aware of the former GCE not being vetted. At that point in time, I offered no advice to the board. Thank you. He was already on his way out and serving his notice at the time. Thank you.
Chair, then it means the person responsible for compliance and legal matters, there are some of very serious issues that she's not aware of on time. It's okay. I will then come to the private investigation. If Ms. Govender was aware, did the group executive officer took you into confidence to say, because you are saying he had the powers to do it, were you aware during the process, even before the report was finalized, that there were investigations going on?
Thanks, Chair. At no point in time did the former GCE take me into his confidence and share the details of this investigation. Like I mentioned earlier, he had mentioned it in passing on several occasions, and he had specifically mentioned it at a board meeting late last year. As the Group Executive for Legal, I would have thought that once the report was finalized and legal action was due to be taken, I would be engaged in a formal manner. Thank you, Chair.
Be that as it may, are you aware of any Eskom employees that were interviewed by the private investigators, or any Eskom documents that were given to the private investigators? According to your knowledge, do you have anything that you know as far as that is concerned?
I can answer that in the negative, Chair. I was not aware. Thank you. Oh, I am not aware.
You said there is a continuous leakage of information. As a person responsible for risks, are there any confidentiality clause, or are there any lessons that you have drawn from this de Ruyter saga? And are there any confidentiality clause that people at the executive level are made to sign? Or everyone is free to give any information to it, because seemingly there is no control measure? But I'm checking if there are any, if even Mr. de Ruyter himself did sign a confidentiality clause. Thank you.
Chair, through you. So confidentiality and protection of company data is included in all employment contracts. So by virtue of signing your employment contract, you agree to not share confidential information to the public. We do have controls in place to manage the outflow of information from Eskom. Those controls are ineffective, and because of the seniority of Andre in this regard and what he's actually brought to the media and to South Africa, there's a lot of attention being paid to this. There's been numerous occasions in the past where individuals have spoken to the public, to the media, where we actually see board papers or exco submissions in the news. And that's leakages of information that's confidential. It's a topic that we've discussed at length at EXCO. Unfortunately, the correct measures to actually enhance the current controls have not been brought into effect yet. I mentioned earlier that through the Office of the Company Secretary, there's work underway to look at what technological advancements can be brought into play to actually help Eskom manage this better. Thank you.
So my understanding is that every employee has signed in the contract somehow of a confidentiality clause. You can name it otherwise, but there is something that says there is classic information that you cannot just go out there and share it. It has to be maybe first discussed within the organization, and then it is then that it will be ready for public consumption. Meaning that, according to your explanation, Mr. de Ruyter and the others that are continuing to leak information, they are breaking that clause, and it's a misconduct.
So I think, and Chair, this is my view. I think it's questionable as to whether Mr. de Ruyter leaked confidential information, firstly. But there is most certainly confidential information being leaked to the media that should not. And often we find ourselves as Eskom management on the back foot because information goes out to the public and it's misconstrued. And it becomes very difficult to actually address the narrative that's sort of making rounds. Thanks, Chair.
According to your analysis, when reading the book, I want to hear your personal analysis. When did he start writing that book? If you look at how he narrates the events in the book about Eskom, when did he start writing that book?
I say this with the utmost respect. I cannot answer that question. I've read the book. It appears to be a narrative from day one in his experience up until the point where he exited the organization. I'm not aware of when he started authoring the book. Thanks.
Okay. As I said personally, but then Mina, as a person responsible for compliance, I would be having an interest to learn from the book as a SCOPA a member. My analysis is that he started writing that book from day one he was here. The way he is narrating the events, he can't remember something that happened, seemingly that he started writing this book when he was here. So instead of performing his duties, his roles and responsibilities, to me it appears he was busy with that book and the private investigation. And to me, that is a risk on itself. So, but then maybe there are lessons that all of us have drawn from that. Thanks very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Housekeeping rule, please use that door and not this door. Right, the one on the far end. Right, not this door, the far end door, because goodness did it is this kasha lapha and it's causing a problem. Right, Honorable Somyo, and then Honorable Liz, stand by. Yeah, we'll finish the members and then we'll come back around to so I've got a list. Honorable Somyo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. To the members of the board, good morning. And I think GCEO, colleagues. The head of legal narrates her engagement in as far as her work as providing advice, opinion. What extent of such advice in providing it either to the executive nor the board? To what extent would you weigh your advice?
Chair, if I could just seek clarity, did you say weigh?
Yeah, weigh it. How do you weigh it? How do you weigh your advices to both the executive and the board?
Chair, it's not very often that I provide advice to the board directly, unless there are material matters that we are working on where I need to actually give the board either a heads up or guidance in terms of what the next steps look like or material risks that we are dealing with from a legal perspective. In terms of Exco, it's day-to-day advice. So as the need arises, EXCO is kept abreast of legal matters that Eskom is currently facing. It's often, the advice that I provide is often of a strategic nature, material matters, etc., and day-to-day runnings of the legal department are dealt with by my team. I'm not sure if I'm requested to weight it in terms of how do I perceive my advice to be?
I suppose the question is about how is it received. Right? It's in the conveyor belt of decision making. Does it make a material marked difference? Is it taken into consideration? I think that's, so I would imagine that what Robson was saying, you are posing advice to the board or whoever. How is it taken? Is there resistance to advice? I think, Robson, am I capturing you correctly?
Partly, but,
okay,
but what I took from her is that it's her responsibility is cut. Look into that risk, you advise. Legal matters, you advise. And if you weigh it on the basis that you are providing advice. That's the weight that it carries. It's an advice. So she says to me, in answering my question, she provides strategic advices on material risk factors. Were you concerned or worried when the board, though you say it's rare that you provide that kind of advice to the board, in the instance of them taking a decision based on what you would have advised otherwise, were you concerned as the legal engaged individual in the institution?
Thanks for the question. I was concerned, yes. I had voiced my concern to the acting GCE and to the EXCO team members post us being informed of the termination. The other levels of concerns related to how this would actually be viewed by the organization itself, and this is not a legal issue per se, but as an executive in the team. Would it actually, take us several steps back in terms of the work we've been doing to buy in the support of the employees in terms of using the whistleblower hotline as an example, reporting fraud and corruption, whether it would be perceived as if I raise these types of issues, am I now going to be targeted, and whether the manner in which this entire thing was approached was the correct way. But like I say, that's my view. I think that the board is best placed, and the board members present here should be requested to provide their view in terms of what the thinking was when making this decision.
No. Leave the board out, because for now, the question is on your side that one, it's rare that you provide that kind of advice to the board. Why did you expect in this instance that you would have been expected to, or you have to provide that kind of advice?
I had no expectations of that. At no point in time did I say that.
Thank you very much. And you said earlier on that your observation after the interview had to elicit some form of action on your side, looking into matters of protocols, approaching the media, and you had to somewhat be moved to action to have some form of such protocols in the institution, in an answer from Honorable Haddad earlier on.
So regarding protocols and improvements that we need to make, that action was triggered once the book was released. Following the interview and us having sufficient time to review the interview and the statements made therein, it was critical for Eskom to consider if there were new statements made in the interview that we were not aware of, and to verify the actual finding, averments that Andre had made in the interview. And I go back to the point I stated earlier, from a legal perspective, it is where should we best place our resources, one, to take action against employees and suppliers following this investigation report, and two, whether civil recovery would be an effective mechanism for Eskom to pursue.
Thank you very much. So if you look into the sequence of events, your own understanding, your opinions, some form of actions that have taken place, have driven you into deciding that this should be in place. These protocols must be in place.
So we do have mechanisms in place for employees and policies and procedures for employees to follow when engaging with the media, when giving interviews, when sharing or representing Eskom outside of the organization. It is not often that those protocols are followed. So what we are doing now is to look at mechanisms that can be implemented, one, to enhance the current protocols that we have in place. So do we need additional reinforcements, as an example, in our employment contracts, where we make these confidentiality clauses much more stricter? Are there any mechanisms from a technology perspective that we can bring into place to prevent information from our board platform, as an example, from leaking? So that's the work that's taking place now. I trust that answers your question.
No, you have provided me some form of answers around such. And at what point did you disagree with the board's action? At what point?
Okay, thank you. So the day post Andre's termination, we had a briefing session with the executive team and the board to discuss what the next steps and certain actions that were imminent, that were being led by the GCE. Post that meeting, I had shared my discomfort with the executive team. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I've read the book. Now you have read the book, and then you came into looking into these protocols and so forth. Even when you read the book, your view was still content that you hold your view as previously held on the or against the action taken by the board.
Yeah, so the book was released post former GCE's termination of employment. So it's difficult to actually comment on that. I think if the book was released during his employment, there's certain statements made in the book, whilst it's a personal narrative of how the GCE perceived his experience at Eskom. I think some of the information shared could, it's quite risky, I would say. Thank you.
No, but Ms. Governor, you say after you've read the book, then you looked into the protocols and you said something needs to be done around those matters. That's your statement. That's what you said.
Yes. So, as I said, leakage of confidential information has always been, since my joining Eskom in any case, has been an issue that we've been grappling with. We've had several discussions in terms of what improvements could look like, and that hasn't taken place. So through the Office of the Company Secretary, I was approached to consider what legal action needs to be taken post the release of the book. My advice at the time was that we focus our energy on looking at how to improve Eskom's protocols and procedures in order to prevent confidential information from being leaked. There were several questions posed regarding whether any form of legal action needs to be taken. But at this point in time, it's still under consideration. My view was that it's not the right place to place our energy and resources, our costs into, and we'd rather take the same effort and look at how we can improve Eskom's current governance controls. Thank you.
You know, the point I'm happy about on your response is that you have in a sequence of events, the things that you see, the things that you don't agree with, but the things that sought objectively to deal with matters that you're worried about, and you take action accordingly based on what you are concerned about. Why I'm saying take the board out on the matter is that you are accountable to the GCEO, and that's why all the time you have been with the GCEO. You see, the former GCEO, all the time you have been with him. Whether he attends this and other meetings, you'll always be there. And that indication is so clear on what he said to us on the basis of the statement, not statement, some kind of a write-up that he given to us. There is that indication that you have been always, in as far as the cut of the story is, you have been with a former GCEO.
In terms of legal advice and supporting role as the General Counsel at Eskom, 100%. So I've been providing advice to the former GCE as well as the executive team since joining Eskom. Thank you.
Have you ever, in the knowledge of this kind of investigation, have you ever provided him with an advice in terms of that process? Leave the detail, that the process.
No, I wasn't aware of the process itself. As I've said several times already, we were aware of an investigation that was taking place, but the details in terms of the process followed, the funding that was being provided, etc., I was not personally aware of that. Thank you.
Oh, so you are not aware that process is taking place from which point to any other point?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have the report?
So, like I stated earlier, we have requested a copy of the report from George Fivers. There has been initial engagements between our legal team, external legal team, and George Fivers, and with the former GCE. The report is pending. We have also requested a copy of the report from the SIU.
Is that normal?
I beg your pardon?
Is that normal?
What
That's normal that as the someone supreme in providing advice into the institution, that wouldn't have a report which the institution ought to follow one way or the other. Is that normal?
So, like I stated earlier, there are occasions where group chief executives would run processes in terms of investigations or otherwise independently of their executive team if there are very sensitive issues at play like we have here. So it's not normal, but it's also not completely unusual.
It's not normal. Is that a legal answer or?
It's not a legal answer. You've asked me for my view, so I said it's not normal and it's not completely unusual.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it's a bit abnormal.
Chair, I'm not sure how to answer this question further. Thank you.
It's what you expect it should happen. Now I'm talking that here you are at Eskom. Tomorrow you'll be somewhere else providing that kind of advice. It's what you expect to be a generic application in as far as providing advice as expected, that there are things that should be hidden from you.
Chair, through you, so I don't think anything was hidden from me. It's common knowledge that this was a privately funded investigation that the former GCE was running independently. I have stated already that as the head of legal, this report was being prepared for the benefit of Eskom. Once the report was finalized, to the extent that legal action needed to be triggered, I would have been involved at that stage. It is not uncommon for a CEO to run independent investigations where, and especially at an organization like Eskom, where the resistance is palpable. There's huge bottlenecks in processes. There's significant trust issues. So I'd say even more so at a company like Eskom, would an independent investigation such as this, I wouldn't say it's unusual, no. Thank you.
Okay. You're answering what I didn't ask. I was asking, as it pertains to you, who supposed to provide that advice, is it unusual that you should be ignored? You should not know what is actually happening. So your expectation is that the things that you are, at the end of the day, as the institution should carry through, that you're not privy to.
So I'll answer the question again. Maybe this time it would be sufficient. So I don't run investigations. We have a separate department that actually deals with that. At a point in time where legal advice is requested and any legal action is required to be taken, I would have imagined that I would have been involved at that point in time. So the investigation report, as far as I'm aware, was not finalized and was not in a position for legal action to commence. I don't think I was ignored. I think this was, like we all are aware, this was an independent process that the former GCE was running. Thank you.
In your knowledge, when was the report finalized? In your knowledge, when was the investigation finalized?
Chair, through you, I don't know whether the investigation has been finalized. We are waiting for a copy of the report. Once we actually have sight of the report, I would be in a position to better understand what the status of that report is.
Have you been in meetings where briefings took place based on that report?
Like I said earlier as well, it was mentioned at a board briefing session late last year that there is an independent investigation taking place, the details of which was not shared.
It's only after the interview that you have known that there are matters that need to be taken in the legal format to that report. Was only that time.
So, okay, I'll go back a step. So many of the issues that were raised during the interview have been discussed at Eskom. Some of them are currently either under investigation, or in certain instances there may have been consequence management levied, etc. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
I'll ask only one question. That is it only after the interview that you would have known that some legal steps ought to be taken in as far as the report is concerned?
So I don't know to date whether any legal steps ought to be taken. We are waiting to get visibility of the report so we can actually determine what legal action, if any, should be taken. One, to recover money on behalf of Eskom. Two, to take action against delinquent suppliers. 3, to take action against employees that may be implicated, and 4, to look at areas where we can enhance our current governance controls.
No, but you said earlier on that the disagreement with the action taken by the board was based on the fact that things which were raised were not amounting to Mr. de Ruyter having been taken an extreme point of solidifying the stance which the board has somewhat taken.
I think the issue is that you said nothing in the interview, in your view, brought Eskom into disrepute.
Yes, Chair, and what I meant by that, and I stand by that, because the issues raised regarding coal theft, the criminal conduct in Mpumalanga, you know, the bottlenecks within Eskom, resistance by Eskom employees, these are not new issues to Eskom. That is what I meant. The detail regarding the mafias and the level of criminality taking place, there is perhaps new information, additional information in the report that may influence legal action that can be pursued.
I suppose then the nub of the issue becomes, was it appropriate for Eskom to have learned about the new substantive detail in the media, bypassing internal processes which quite clearly none of you were aware of? I think then that's the nub of the issue, which goes to the issue raised of leaks, the confidentiality, and so on and so forth. So I imagine a situation, right, none of this is new, which has become the categoric statement in part. We agree with you. We've heard a lot of testimony and submissions from the SIU, right? But it's never been in detail. Right? Then the GCE substantively and in detail puts that publicly in an interview and not to yourselves. Is that then not the breach of confidentiality, the new information? So now he speaks in detail. Never engaged you in detail, but he engages the media. I think that's where Babsonia is angling. So if you can respond to that.
Thanks, Chair. I think there most certainly was a breach of process, and I'm assuming the board members will speak to that in terms of what the protocol is and what led to the termination. As to whether that brought the organization to disrepute, I struggle with that concept. Thank you. Chair, you've asked for my view, this is my view.
Perfectly fine, and as I've said, you are well within your rights, and if you are protected by the rules, don't worry. There's no, it's just we're trying to understand, and I think this must be clarified, the thinking of the people in the institution at their material compartment, so that we can get a sense of the whole scenario, which is, so what was happening at League, what was the thinking there, and so on. So you are all is good. Babsomi, as you wrap up, Mazamba, stand by.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up now. I'm wrapping up, Chair. The last point which I would want to bring to her attention, that the extent of the interview was not narrowed into Eskom. Yes, there were Eskom issues, this and that, and there were behavioral matters which were brought at fore, which in listening to the interview, some of them, I think the chair has alluded to. The other one is the Marxist thinking of the ANC, people who are not knowing what they do, and some flack which has been put into such organizations. And the person speaking is the head of an institution. which is dragging a name of an outsider into issues which I agree with you, are very disturbing in as far as criminality that is taking place at Eskom, and something which the head of that institution, the GCEO, ought to be busy with. And then getting into some of other angles in as far as the interview is concerned. Wouldn't you think that the board would be worried that here we are as the institution dragged into things which are far away from where we ought to be in a way? And as a head of legal, as a head who ought to provide advice, expectation, then you frown against the decision of the board in the nature as the board has dealt with that matter. So in totality of these questions, it ought to somewhat think that there might have been an extended move of what has been expressed at the time. I don't know what the board has looked into, but putting myself into that kind of a window, then some of the things were not expected in a way to get into that kind of a scenario. That's the point which I thought let me, for now, land up with.
I'm not sure what the question was. Chair, I think I go back to stating that the board should be given an opportunity to make representations in terms of what the thinking was. And in terms of certain statements made by the former GCE, both in the interview and in his book against individuals and certain political parties, etc., I cannot speak to that. I do think that it is not usual for a group chief executive to make statements against political parties and others in these types of media briefings, and perhaps that is something that the board would have considered when reaching their decision. As to whether those statements brought the organization into disrepute, I still stand by my view. Chair, the other comment is that I think initially that I was asked whether I would have followed a different process, and I think maybe that could have been the defining factor in terms of how soon the termination actually took place and whether certain reinforcements should have been made prior to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back with follow-ups. Mazamban, and then Honorable Siwe, stand by. Honorable Bucas, you'll round up round one for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. I'm not sure whether this was a deliberate thing, Caleb, perhaps, but to put us this side and you that side with open curtains so we can't see your faces is very disconcerting. Especially those of us who wear spectacles, as you do. So I hope it wasn't an attempt to put us on a back foot. I've been through many management trainings over the many years in the corporate world, and one of the things I found fascinating was we were at one of these things told, when you have someone in front of you at your desk, make sure their chair is lower than your chair. And that immediately puts them at a disadvantage. So, by the by, that was just my opening comment and to break the ice a little. Mr. Chairman, yeah, yeah. When you get to 40, you've got a few experiences in life. Our role as SCOPA is primarily in terms of public accounts, and that is our role. But the way that public accounts gets utilized obviously then becomes key. And as we sit here today, what South Africans are facing is a catastrophe called Eskom. South Africans want to see us fixing Eskom. They want to see us sorting out how we fix the problems at Eskom. And so whether someone published a book or didn't publish a book or whatever, those are side issues for South Africans. South Africans are looking way beyond that. And Caleb, perhaps later you can explain to me and to South Africans why suddenly load shedding, without getting Kusile units online, without getting Madupi exploded unit online, without getting Kubeg back online, why load shedding has suddenly dropped off. It's fascinating. It's a question I get asked all the time, and I say, well, you know, winter maintenance is reduced. You may be able to confirm that or not confirm it. But the point is, South Africans want electricity. They want it 24/7. They don't want load shedding, and they want the criminals caught. So, Ms. Governor, you know, what is it going to take then to get rid of those other people employed by Eskom, whom you suggest may still be there, creating the havoc that's causing electricity supplies to be short? Do we need another Zondo commission? Because you're saying everyone who is fingered in Zondo has been sent home, fired. Is that, I think I heard correctly. But no one since Zondo? Why, do we need another Zondo? You see, the problem really for me is exactly the point that Benedicta was making earlier about the lack of urgency or the pushing aside of responsibility by your board. Your board should be the new Zondo Commission, not fussing about extraneous issues, which may or may not be right or wrong. I can't comment on that. But your board should be focusing on how you get rid of the criminals within your organization and outside the organization, the cartels. Is that what your view would be as well? Because if I had been a board member of Eskom when Andre did his expose, I would have said, Andre, that was very naughty, you should have spoken to us first. But, I want that report. You're going to stay with us now until we get everything out in the open. You can't leave. But it seems the board was very keen to see the back of Andre. And consequently now, how many months later, 6 months later, you still don't have a copy of this report. It's all over the place. You don't have it, but it seems to me that every journalist has it. So I don't know what question I have for you in a legal point of view, Ms. Governor, because you've answered a great deal about that. But perhaps one is that keeps being focused on around the table. In your opinion, and this is your opinion, and you may choose not to give me an opinion, are there grounds in any way to take legal action for the conduct of Andre de Ruyter during his interview or published in his book? He's no longer an employee, so he can't take disciplinary action. In your view, and I think I know your view already, but let me just get some reinforcement. In your view, are there any legal grounds, you've read the book, you've listened to the interview, to take legal action?
Chair, through you. So, Honourable Lees, I have to agree with one thing that you said, if I may first. I think that we're focusing too much on Andre and what he said and what's in his book and all of that. I think our attention, and I've said this several times to the CEO who supports me, is how do we actually take the additional information that we have at our disposal and improve Eskom? That is where I would like to focus my attention on from a legal perspective and from a governance perspective. And that's sort of what I've been directing on the side. Regarding legal action against him on the interview and the book, on the interview itself, like I said, several of the issues that he had raised are known to Eskom and known to the public. In terms of the book, I think individuals may have cause for legal action if they want to pursue a long, drawn-out defamation case. However, from an Eskom perspective, my advice to our company secretary who's leading this work is that let's focus our resources, our limited resources, on how do we improve our current governance, because it's something that has been lacking in terms of leakage of confidential information. Some of the information that was shared in the book regarding board meetings, etc., whilst individuals weren't named, I think they are questionable. It's quite risky of him to have included some of the information, but I would assume that he would have sought legal advice before doing so. Personally, as the General Counsel at Eskom, I wouldn't advise Eskom to pursue any form of legal action there. But like I said earlier, it's something that is being considered. I am on my way out of Eskom, so I leave at the end of June, and perhaps a different route would be followed then. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Governor. So I'm somewhat distressed to hear that you're leaving, because you're actually becoming another de Ruyter in a sense, which no, not in the way that you're thinking, but just leaving a dying organization or a dead organization, and we need everyone to be focused in the same direction, as you are suggesting should be the case. So you spoke about the action of a chief executive to in any organization. Does that is that telling me that you've had some extensive experience in other corporations that perhaps were public in the sense of shareholders as opposed to shareholders of the taxpayer?
Chair, through you. So my previous employment is in mining. So I held a senior role at a mining company previously. And there were instances where, due to the nature of crime, the nature of fraudulent activity internally, by certain, it could be executives or managers, etc., investigations can be held, mandated by the chief executive or the ASIP president or others, which a general counsel may not always be privy to. However, at the point in time where legal action is required to be taken, you are brought on board, because that's the mandate of a general counsel. So it's not something that I haven't seen before. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Governor. Yeah, so as a lot of my colleagues have said, repeatedly we've heard that this is new, not new, not new, not new. Of course, to those of us on the outside, a lot of it is new. What surprises me a little bit is that we've had over the last number of years, I don't know, the chair will correct me, 4 or 5 years since our term started, Eskom coming and telling us stories. And I'm deliberately using the word stories, because we should have known more about what was going on, and it wouldn't be a leakage. I am concerned that there's an attempt to close down leakages because we don't want us, Parliament, people of South Africa, to know what's going on. So, my question to you is that to you guys it wasn't new, but it seems to me there's been a great deal more emphasis and effort made since the revelations by Andre de Ruyter. Is my perception wrong? Has there not been extra emphasis on trying to hold people accountable? You yourself have reported about what you've done since the board. Am I right?
It's a difficult one to answer. So I don't think there's any, from my perspective, and perhaps the Group Chief Executive can come in to withhold information from the public. Some information is sensitive, and some of the issues that Andre did highlight, like on coal theft, there's mechanisms that are being implemented to address coal theft through automation, etc. So there's work in progress in terms of improving the current risk environment. What we need to understand is what exactly is in that report that may be different from what we are aware of that would require additional action from our side. So I think that for me is the gap, and that's the gap that I would like to close out from a legal perspective. I certainly took this opportunity regarding the book to bed down how do we improve governance from a leakage perspective. It's a conversation that sort of it's had on several occasions, and actions are taken, but unfortunately little movement takes place. So this is the opportunity, and I think we should use it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Govender. I think, Mr. Chairman, I've got one last comment to make, and this is it, and I hope that acting GCE, I think it's your role, but you can correct me. If Ms. Govender is leaving at the end of June, I trust that her replacement is already in place and that a debriefing is taking place as we speak. We are now heading for the end of June. For someone in the position that Ms. Govender holds and for her institutional knowledge that she has, to leave without passing it on to a successor would be a gross dereliction of duty by whoever makes that appointment or doesn't make that appointment. I don't know if it's a board appointment or whose appointment it is. And I know, Caleb, that you've been thrown into this role at a terribly busy and difficult time. But it cannot be that someone in that role is leaving in 2 weeks' time or less, and there's no debriefing taking place to a successor. It cannot be. Negotiate with her. Put something in place that even after her departure, that there will be a full debriefing, which was lacking in the case of the previous Group Chief Executive Officer, which should have been in place, no matter what the circumstances were, and should still come into play, actually, if you really were serious, Board, about getting on top of these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to request that momentarily we go to the acting GCE, because as indicated he will be taking leave on matters that were raised earlier on and explained by the chairperson to us yesterday. So I think in relation to the issues that have been raised and any other matter that he would like to comment to, and then we will proceed. Mr. CEO or acting CEO.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Maybe just to Honourable Lisa's question, we are in the process of seeking a replacement as head of legal. We have not concluded that process as yet. I will engage with Ms. Govender around...
Just 1 second, sorry. I think then rather open those curtains, because we can't function with that light that's being turned on. It's just not going to be possible. It just won't.
Okay. Right,
sorry, CEO.
Yes. Honourable Elise, yes, I'll definitely take your advice to engage with Ms. Govender around the debriefing. Other than the documentation, I think it's very important that you have that physical handover. Like you said, Honourable Elise, when I was asked to act, I went into this role with no handover. And you're just dealing with whatever issues. Yes, it did help being the CFO and sitting in the board meetings. There were many issues I was aware of that I could pick up as the acting CEO. But there have been many issues that Andre would have worked with by himself, and I didn't get any briefings. So I'm sure there are still potentially certain items that have not yet come across my table as yet, and maybe through a supplier or customer in due course it would come. So it's difficult, but at the end of the day, you have to do your best in the interest of the country. Maybe to the earlier question, through you, Honourable Chair, why has the load shedding reduced? I think over and above the fact that, and I'm sure Becky Nomalo and yesterday would have maybe alluded to this, over and above the fact that we do less maintenance in winter, the second fact is when we did the winter outlook, we were expecting a much more colder winter to date. And like we said in the winter briefing, the warmer the winter, the better for us. We're expecting this cold spell even this week. The expectations was much colder, but it's not as cold. But I think most importantly, the key measure in working with generation and the head of generation is EAF, energy availability factor, is an outcome of how you control the unplanned outages. And like you know, that has consistently over the last 12 to 18 months been probably more in the region of between 17 and 18,500. When we did the winter plan and presented to the public, we had three base cases, 15,000, 16,500, and then the 18,000. And with the 18,000, it got to stage 8. The middle column was 16,500, and the base case was stage 15,000 megawatts of unplanned outages. So the key was to try to keep the unplanned to 15,000 or lower. And what has happened in the last 2.5 weeks, we see that that trend moved away from the, it's probably in the region between 15 and 16,000, which is helping a lot. That basically gives us about maybe anything between 2,000 to 3,000 megawatts more available. That is why the EAF is up. And if you look at the peak, what we're all currently experiencing, and I'm just encouraging the team through Becky and Generation and the rest of the support staff, if we just need to keep the momentum going as no load shedding in the morning and stage 3. Had we not reduced the unplanned by just 2,000 to 3,000 megawatts, you'd be sitting at stage 6 in the peak, and you would be sitting at stage 3 in the morning peak, and evening peak would have been stage 6. So the real focus for us is try to keep the unplanned to this 15,000, between 15, 15.5, and even below. And the challenge is going to come, honourable members, that this needs to be maintained into the summer periods when we do much more maintenance. Even this weekend, despite the winter, the team did some short-term maintenance where we did about 6,000 megawatts over this weekend. We had an opportunity to even drop stages lower, but rather than dropping to like a stage 2 and then going to stage 4 and 5 in the week, let's try to keep the consistency and the predictability to the system and to the citizens of the country. So that is the big focus from a generation perspective. Through you, Chair, those were the two questions I wanted to answer. I don't know if there's any other questions, and I know I'm here tomorrow as well.
Okay, because you're here tomorrow, that's perfectly fine. We will have almost a protracted engagement, but we'll say more substantial time tomorrow on that. But I think once you've reacted to that, that's perfectly fine. As indicated, the CEO's apology was communicated with me last week already, but he is here tomorrow. So thank you, CEO. And some of the issues you raised were explained yesterday when we were at Tutuka. Yeah, so thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Honorable Siweya.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the board members, the CEO and your team, and my colleagues. Good morning. How are you? You're cold. Okay. Just share with me, in your understanding, is a employment contract a legal document?
It is a legal document.
You know why I'm asking you? I'm asking because I want to understand your thinking. You say to us that the institution gave Mr. de Ruyter a legal document which ideally should have passed by you. But you say that you were not aware that in the legal document, which is his employment contract, he was vetted or not. Am I correct?
So Mr. de Ruyter's employment commenced approximately 2 years before I had joined Eskom. The employment contracts for executives do not pass through me. It is managed separately and independently, so I would not have had visibility of his employment contract at any point in time.
Okay. Let's take, for instance, if Mr. de Ruyter had not left and he had conducted some form of misconduct, who would then have had the legal right to bring him to book?
Chair, through you, that would be the board.
It would be the board. And your role as legal would be to do what?
So I advise the organization on legal risks and compliance risks and appropriate legal remedy.
It doesn't include employment, employees' conduct, and so on?
It does. So we have a labor department in my team that deals with employment-related issues. When you deal with, if I may, sorry,
okay.
When you deal with senior executives, it becomes more sensitive, and often the board would run a process that's independent of my assistance. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but that would be the way in which it's managed.
And what did you do, for example, when you came 2 years after he was there, and as an advisor, and you found these systems which to me clearly hold a lot of loopholes? What was your role in terms of encouraging and advising the institution to say, these are the loopholes which are existing, and they might lead us to this and that?
Thank you for the question. So those discussions and that level of advice takes place at numerous platforms at Eskom. I sit on the executive committee of Eskom and various other executive subcommittees where legal advice is provided, and this could be in terms of risk management, it could be in terms of legal risks, it could be in terms of commercial transactions. Some of the loopholes that we had, or I had identified since joining Eskom, was the fact that our IR processes are extremely long and cumbersome. We had given advice on improvements thereof to actually streamline the process in order to enable very swift consequence management, especially where the nature of the misconduct is severe. We've also proposed thresholds for consequence management to make it easier for case presenters and chairpersons to actually reach a decision. Other areas, so like I said earlier, Eskom had not had a process in place in terms of which suppliers were screened from an anti-bribery and corruption perspective. A process is now in place where material contracts, especially in the primary energy space, are screened from an anti-bribery and corruption perspective. Other gaps identified is that we had no compliance program in place. So like I said earlier, we're undertaking a very detailed crime risk assessment, which includes bribery, fraud, corruption, economic crime, sanctions, etc., with the intent that Eskom would be set up with a detailed compliance program with proper governance controls in place and monitoring, etc., which would help improve the current situation. Those are just a few.
Example. Why are you leaving Eskom?
Sure. How much time do you have? No, I'm kidding. I think, Chair, through you.
I will tell you why. Answer me.
So I think it's a personal decision. One, I don't think Eskom is a good fit for me, personally. There's certain events that happened in the last few months consecutively which has impacted me, and I don't want to be put in a position where my professional integrity is brought into question. So I think I've given it my all. I've tried to set up my team for success, and hopefully the successor can take over. Thanks.
It is important for us to know, because as much as we want Eskom to provide electricity for our people, to ensure that our economy remains afloat and all of that, part of correcting and following protocols of checking what went wrong where informs us that we should also ask you, because you were part of what became a problem. And unfortunately today you are sitting here and you are saying, no, ask the board, I came late, I didn't do this, I did this. While on the other hand, Mr. de Ruyter, for example, in other instances, he also includes that they were aware, we were close, we were together. That's why I'm asking you. I want to check whether you are running away from the problems that you have left, or you are simply walking away because you say, I have worked, I've done my part, and therefore I don't want to taint my integrity. And do you think that you are convinced that with you departing now, you have done your all to assist Eskom in helping it to live up to its mandate, and therefore directly impacting on the lives of South Africans?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So at no point in time did I deflect any of the questions that were addressed to me. There's certain information that the board, as an example, may have at its disposal when they had decided to terminate Mr. de Ruyter's employment that I may not be aware of. So I've been asked what's my personal view in terms of the approach that was followed, and I think I've answered that sufficiently, Chair, through you. So I don't think I have deflected with respect. I had inherited a lot of the mess. So when I had joined Eskom, I had inherited a team that was highly dysfunctional and demotivated. It's taken a lot of effort in the past year and a half to set up the team and to restructure the team and to actually bring in place additional resources so that we function properly as a legal department. So I'm not running away from the problem. I think I have given it my all. It is a highly frustrating environment to work in. It's very, very difficult to be effective at Eskom, especially coming from the corporate world where decisions are made very quickly, actions are dealt with efficiency. And at Eskom, I say several Eskom employees have learned the art of deflection and deferring. So it's very difficult to make traction. I think I've done relatively well in terms of the work we've done on state capture and some of the work that we've progressed in that regard. The controls that I've brought in, I would like to imagine that these are taken forward. So I'm not running away from the problem. I've given it my best shot. Thank you.
The last one, Chair. Yeah, so when you applied at Eskom and you wanted to join the team, clearly you knew it's not a private sector. There's a PFMA which needs to be followed. So it can't necessarily be that you, now that you're there, you say things have got rules to be followed. It's not like the private sector. You did not say you want to go to the private sector. As you exit, what would be your advice to somebody who's going to come and fill your shoes in terms of processes, of tightening the loopholes so that we can have a better institution?
Thanks, Chair. So the frustrations that I speak about are not related to the PFMA. Proper governance must always be followed. I speak about the internal inefficiencies at Eskom and the resistance to change within Eskom itself, not about the PFMA. At no point in time did I have the illusion that private and public sector would be similar. I think I was naive with not understanding the magnitude of the problem, if I could admit that. I think the person coming in needs to be strong and able to stand their ground. and have a very, very strong stomach towards resistance. So in order to actually get movement at Eskom, you've got to push really hard. You may not be the most favored person, the most liked person. You may even face resistance in your department. But it takes a lot to actually make traction in terms of what we want to do. So I think the intent is, if the intent is there and you have a strong work ethic, it could work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bukes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Governor, in saying that you were starting here at Eskom 2 years after Mr. de Ruyter, how long are you here now?
18 months.
According to you, what is the moral and the functioning of your team currently? And do they have the capacity to assist the legal team that was appointed to deal with this saga?
If I could just clarify, the saga is the data.
Yes.
So I think the morale generally in the organization is low. When I had joined Eskom, I was told that there's a sense of entitlement and employees are highly demotivated. I've seen that in my department as well. If someone does not like an instruction that you give them, they lodge a complaint against you, they lodge a grievance against you. So you actually detract from the work that you're doing to focus on something completely separate. I have pockets of excellence in my team where we've got really good employees that want to contribute towards making a change and towards turning Eskom around. We've got a huge institutional knowledge in my department, and I think that actually would serve well for my successor, where these individuals would support the person. We also, you asked about resourcing, we also currently resourcing at the moment, so we've restructured the department completely. We're going to be bringing in lots of specialized legal services to deal with, or lawyers to deal with environmental matters, health and safety, construction related issues, which were previously lacking in the department. So that work is in progress.
The legal firm, what is the course of the legal firm in the terms of reference? Do they have a time frame when they must conclude this investigation?
Thanks, Chair, through you. So the budget allocated to this initially is 2 million. It's a very small budget in the bigger scheme of things, just to do the groundwork. And that's not to say we're going to use the entire budget. There may be additional legal costs which will be managed separately if there's legal action to be taken following the review of the report. The firm that we've appointed is ENS. ENS is the only firm on Eskom's legal panel which has the capability of providing investigative services.
According to you, Ms. Governor, what is the relationship between yourself and the board?
Thanks, Chief. So as an executive, I am accountable to the Board Audit and Risk Committee in terms of the management of legal risk. To the extent that the board requires legal advice or independent legal advice, if the legal advice is requested from myself, which on occasion it is, then I do provide same. If independent legal advice is requested, then I do make my legal panel available to the board, where the board can actually appoint a legal counsel to provide advice.
So, according to you, most of the risk mentioned by Mr. de Ruyter was not new. So did you ever ask the board to brief and assist and guide them on how to address and handle those risks or the issues that are in Eskom? Or is it not in your scope of work? But even if it is not in your scope of work, what about the interest and the image of the company that you are working for? Did you ever approach the board and assist them on the well-known risk that you are aware of?
Thanks, Chair. So many of these risks, like I've mentioned previously, are discussed at various executive committee meetings and at board committee meetings. They may not have been expressed as Mr. de Ruyter did during his interview, but like I mentioned, coal theft, electricity theft, etc. These are issues, these are risks that Eskom is aware of. And in many instances, from my side anyway, there's legal action in place to recover monies. What we need to do now is consider what's in the report versus what we know. And if there are any gaps, are there additional legal remedy that needs to be pursued or internal governance processes that need to be implemented to actually gain the benefit of that report and the work that has been done.
So in seeking an independent investigation, was it because Mr. de Ruyter brings the situation and the risk before the board and they just ignore him, or what was the case? Did they ever discuss, or are there minutes that you can provide us with that this risk was ever discussed in any board meeting, and the fact that he wants to bring in a private investigation?
So, Chair, I think I can answer a component of the question. I think some of the questions need to be posed to Mr. de Ruyter himself, and I'm not deflecting. So the reality is that several of these risks are discussed, and there are controls in place, and there are legal actions or other initiatives that are being implemented. And my colleague next to me would speak to some of them in the procurement space later. So what we need to do, and it's like I've said, is to understand what are the gaps and the differences versus what we know versus what is in the report in order for us to do what is required. I'm actually not sure how else to answer it. Regarding the briefing session last year, late last year, during which this report was mentioned at a meeting during which executives and the board members were present, we would need to check with the company secretary as to whether that meeting was minuted.
The amount of the investigation was about 50 million. Who is the private funder of the 32 million? Because the 18 million was from BLSA. Are you in any way aware of where that money came from?
No.
You're not? Chair, SCOPA plays a vital role in ensuring accountability, good governance and consequence management in an effort to guard against the misuse of public funds. I disagree with Ms. Governor that our focus is on Mr. de Ruyter. At numerous occasions, Eskom appeared before SCOPA. And not once did Mr. de Ruyter, in his capacity, mention these issues that he was mentioned in the interview. So, did you attend one of the SCOPA sessions with Mr. de Ruyter?
Yes, I have attended several SCOPA briefing sessions.
Okay. Was there any debriefing meetings after the SCOPA meetings?
In terms of the executive team?
In terms of what happened in the SCOPA meeting. You attend the SCOPA meeting, and then you go back, and then as the executive, you are sitting down and reflect on what happened in that meeting.
I can confirm that no debriefing sessions take place. We do have debriefing notes and questions that need to be attended to, which are circulated through our grad team, and they're allocated to different content owners for answering.
Whilst you are aware of this risk in SCOPA, did you ever ask Mr. de Ruyter, not in SCOPA, in Eskom, did you ever ask Mr. de Ruyter why is he not informing SCOPA about what is happening? Or are you not, you don't trust the capability and the capacity of SCOPA?
I have no reason not to trust the capability of SCOPA, so I can answer that as being incorrect. I had not questioned Mr. de Ruyter in terms of informing SCOPA of this investigation. Chair, like I said, that I myself was of the view that I would be informed of it for appropriate legal action once the report was finalized. I would have, and I speak under correction, I'm speaking on behalf of someone else, that the report and the content thereof would have been made available to SCOPA at the right time. But I speak under correction. Thank you.
So, Chair, when is the right time? Now? Because, you know, Ms. Governor, what we are doing, we are here now, no? Listening to what should have happened long ago. So for me, it's just a problem that as SCOPA and as government, we are putting our time, our money, and our resources in investigating or try to follow public funds. But then we are sitting in a meeting where all of you, or most of you, are aware of the risk that is happening in an institution. But no one dare to tell us what is really happening. And now, when the media is speaking all about it, everyone is speaking all about it, today you come and tell us that no, it's not new to us. It's new to us. It's not new to you maybe, but it's new to us. And that's why we are here. So, yeah, you don't have to answer that one. Chair, thank you. I think I'm done.
A comment? Okay. But I just, my dilemma is I always come in at the end. I've got 3 questions and then they'll do follow-ups. On the question of weight that Honorable Somyo raised earlier on, and in light of the comment you have made about resistance at Eskom, and you have in part put it in the context that employees, is there board resistance to legal advice and guidance? And if there is, to what extent?
Thank you, Chair. So my experience through the Audit and Risk Committee, I have not experienced any resistance to legal advice. And the content of what we do share with the board, we challenged and questioned, and it's dealt with in that manner. I have experienced one form of resistance in terms of legal advice from board members, and we had dealt with that as it had happened, and without me compromising my professional legal view and integrity. Thank you.
Right. So you've been here 18 months. So I would imagine that, well, it's elementary. Your employing executive would have been the GCE, right? What process was followed to get you here? Was it interviews or headhunt?
Thanks, Chair. So I was contacted by a headhunter that Eskom had recruited the services of, and I had followed an interview process to be appointed into the role.
Right. Now, you say that you... Oh, actually, there's one matter that I almost forgot. On the 19th of October, Eskom appeared, of 2022, Eskom appeared to brief us on the 2019 oversight recommendations for the Quarter 2 report. In that report, and I go to the issue of vetting, when you say that you were not aware of the issues around vetting until that SCOPA meeting. But your presentation of that date indicates vetted senior executives in supply chain management unit as at 30 June 2022, when you appeared in October. How is it that legal would not have been in a position to be in the knowledge of the vetting progress? Process is one thing, it's stuck with SSA, but the progress. up until that meeting when your presentation and submission was indicating 30 June 2022.
Thanks, Chair. I think the question earlier related to Andre refusing to be vetted, and I was not aware of that. So in terms of several executives were contacted towards the latter part of last year, post-June, regarding vetting. And this was, many of us, several months after having commenced employment. So when I did respond earlier, it related to Mr. de Ruyter not agreeing to be vetted.
But was it not of interest to you insofar as risk was concerned as to why all these people were not vetted? And I put it to you that you yourself, as at the 30th of June 2022, your status was that your vetting was in progress, which is the same status as that of Mr. de Ruyter at the time.
Chair, I think that's a fair question, and if I had to weigh this against the magnitude of other issues and the workload that we're actually dealing with daily, perhaps I should have asked how do we expedite this and how do we support our assurance and forensic team and the SSA to have this vetting process completed. But if I had to weigh the daily responsibilities and the workload versus that, I guess I did not ask. Thanks.
Yeah, because this is a cabinet decision of 2014, the vetting matter, that persons in executive positions and in SCM must be vetted. So, and it goes then to the issue that has been raised, the issue of leakages. I'm going to imagine this because the details are still sketchy about the modus operandi employed in this information gathering intelligence operation. Honorable, I think it was Bukes who asked about interviews, and information, but the question really then becomes, would Eskom information formed part of this investigation? So in other words, I would imagine Eskom documentation would have been handed over to the investigators. Is that a fair outlook to make?
I would think so, Chair.
Right. So when the CEO then in November indicates that there is an information gathering exercise, is it not of interest to yourselves at risk and legal to say what is the nature of this investigation and what sort of information from Eskom would be handed over to these private investigators if, as I'm hearing you, you've placed a particular concern and emphasis on leakages? Would it then not have followed then that in passing comment or a statement that would have been made by the CEO that it would have raised red flags to yourselves to say, wait, hang on, there's an investigation going on involving Eskom information? Is that not a risk matter?
Chair, so at the time Mr. de Ruyter was the CEO of the company, he had shared, and it's something that I observed listening to him present to SCOPA, that he was, if I recall correctly, the minister had engaged the minister, and there was consensus that an information gathering exercise would be taking place. He had engaged the board chairman at the time as well. I would imagine that some Eskom information would be provided as part of that exercise. I had not at that point in time questioned whether it's a matter of leakage, as he was, he had, as he has shared, engaged with his superiors. So I'm not convinced that it is a matter of leakage in this context in terms of the investigation report, which ultimately is for the benefit of Eskom. Yeah, thanks.
So, if I'm to follow your logic, Mr. de Ruyter is not vetted. There's intelligence gathering information taking place. And to use your words to a question asked, he had no legal authority. Right. So these three factors combined, Eskom information, I still maintain in November, was it not of importance, for lack of a better phrase, on your part, to gain an understanding in terms of the nature and circumstance of this information gathering vis-a-vis the risk assessment insofar as the institution was concerned?
Thanks. Chair, the question that I was asked earlier is if there is legal authority dealing with a matter such as this, and to which I responded, no. Chair, I think the reason, in my view, once again, why this has come to this point in time is because he's no longer in the organization. If this information gathering exercise was taking place and he was still the GCE, and the report was made available to Eskom to take whatever remedy is required, be it from a legal perspective or otherwise, I don't think we would be having this conversation today. I'm not sure how better to answer your question.
Yeah, but we are having the conversation in the context that in November 2022, the board, in passing, and that's the phrase that was used, was told of an information gathering exercise. And the question is, at the time you were in office, Mr. de Ruyter was in office, was it not a necessary risk assessment to be done as to whether this private investigation into a public institution, which has got due regard for compliance with the PFMA and other Treasury regulations, that a private investigation was being done? Did it trigger nothing from risk and compliance? Did it not set into motion any question, any discussion? Or it was simply deferred to the fact, well, he's the CEO and that's that? I just can't arrive at a convincing, position to say it triggered nothing. It makes no sense.
Chair, I'm going to try to answer this the best that I can. So it's legal and compliance firstly, just to get that straight. Chair, like I said earlier, I was of the view that at the right point in time, I would be engaged and the report would be made available to me to pursue any form of legal action that was required. And I'm answering this question to the best of my ability and truthfully. Thank you.
And finally, you placed the, I still think that it was a missed opportunity on your part on a key critical matter, which as far as I'm concerned runs into the very thrust of the arguments you've advanced this morning about the protection and integrity of information, whether it's leakages or whatever, but I think it was a missed opportunity. And maybe that's precisely why we are landed where we are. Finally, I want to then go to, and then Honorable Hadebe will come in. You say that nothing in that interview brought Eskom into disrepute, and that after the decision was taken by the board, you questioned its fairness. Is it your position that the decision was unfair that was taken by the board? And I'll explain why I'm asking after you've answered.
Chair, I wasn't at the board meeting and I don't know the content of what was discussed. What was shared with me was that one of the grounds for termination was that he had brought the organization into disrepute. At the time, I had voiced my concern that we need to be clear as an executive team in terms of what exactly was said that has brought the organization into disrepute. That conversation led to nowhere. I also questioned the manner in which it was implemented. It happened very fast. And perhaps, hindsight, it could have taken a while longer to, one, get a copy of the report, ensure a proper handover for the new CEO, etc. So I do question how it was implemented, and the basis thereof based on my own knowledge of the why. And yes, I stand by that.
Does the falseness suggest wrongness? It could have been false but right, or it could have been false but wrong. So,
as I say, hindsight. So here, I think the falseness led to decisions that we're now paying for. So perhaps if a different approach was followed, we'd have a copy of the report by now and working on that instead.
no, so now, as I said, I would indicate why I ask. Were you worried about the exposures of risk that the company was being exposed to because of that decision and the nature of the process followed? And what were the risks that you were imagining could arise out of that?
So the one risk that I wouldn't imagine at that level the CEO bringing about, and I understand that it happened by agreement in any event regarding his early termination in terms of an employment perspective. My concern related to how employees would view this very, very quick exit, which was literally overnight, and whether that would impact the work that we were currently doing in terms of managing fraud and corruption, and the buy-in from employees in terms of using the whistleblower hotline and other mechanisms that we have in place to bring employees along as we actually work towards eradicating fraud and corruption. That was one of the concerns that I had. Thank you.
One of? What were the others?
Sorry, Chair, maybe I should say that was the concern I had. Thanks.
It's because we have grappled with this perspective, and the board will have to help us out. We're still not clarified from the board side as to, instead of listening to Mr. de Ruyter, you terminated Mr. de Ruyter. So that clarity has still not been provided to us. We've heard you speaking about how you viewed the interview, but in hearing him, whether you agreed or disagreed, that would have been in the nature of the discussion, because you now landed with a situation where after the fact you are looking into the issues that he has raised in his absence. So I think that's an area of clarity that the board needs to provide, and that's why I said I would come in only after she had answered that. Ma'am, finally, you speak about the environment being very frustrating. That's the word you used. So we are of the assessment that in one way or the other, I'm going to use a political phrase here, Eskom finds itself in the throes of factionalism insofar as its management and its leadership is concerned. It's played itself out on a series of occasions. What I want to ascertain, did the departure of Mr. de Ruyter, whom was your employing executive, in part or in full, influence your decision to leave Eskom? And whether you found yourself, for lack of a better phrase, in the cold because of his absence, which happened because of the interview.
Thanks, Chair. I think that's a fair question. So there were three defining moments for me that actually led to my departure. So being at Eskom with Mr. de Ruyter here was frustrating, and being at Eskom without him here is frustrating. I do have the support of the new AGCE. I've not found myself in the cold. I'm the only legal professional on EXCO, so I think my advice is taken seriously. And it's often objective and for the benefit of the organization. There were three moments that had contributed towards my decision to depart from Eskom. The manner in which Mr. de Ruyter's termination took place did shake me up a bit. I hadn't experienced something like that previously in my career, and it happened very quickly. We were working late that evening, and within an hour of us exiting the building, I was informed that his employment has been terminated. The next day, his office was packed up and he was gone. So there was no means of communicating with someone who was your boss just the evening before. There's 2 other incidents that have happened that contributed towards my decision to exit Eskom. I don't think it's the platform to discuss that here. I certainly don't find myself out in the cold. Thanks.
So you've got the support of the GE now. Did you have the support of the then GE? Just your mic.
Oh, apologies. Yes, I would think so. We both had the same ethical compass, and the intent for many of us who had joined Eskom in the recent years was to contribute towards a change, and I'd say that I did have his support. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe. Colleagues, I'm going to request that we do one full set of follow-ups and wrap this up. There's still procurement, the GM. So full set of questions, one set, and they'll all be responded to, and then we will take a break.
And I beg your indulgence, I've got about 4 questions. So I don't want any of these to be lost in the translation chain. In terms of the report handed to us in writing by Mr. de Ruyter, the report became available around June. I'm saying this because they said, furthermore, on the 5th of July, I attended a meeting with net joints and SEPs where I shared the high-level concerns and went further on to say I had offered to make available the intelligence report. So around June last year already, the report was available. And the meeting that you are referring to of the board happened in November. So meaning at that time, the report was available. So my question, what exactly did Mr. de Ruyter inform the board in that meeting? And what was the response or reaction from the board? Were there any clarity-seeking questions asked based on the presentation of the investigation report? Were there any questions of clarity? Because I'm asking you as a group executive, legal and compliance, you would be interested in knowing what were the terms of reference of the investigation. Who drafted those terms of reference? The modus operandi. Unless I'm missing some fiduciary roles and responsibilities of the executive and the board, if you were to sit in a meeting and you are told about intelligence operations and private investigation, and all of you in the table say, okay, thank you, you don't ask anything. What exactly was shared with you, and what was the reaction from you as a group executive of legal and compliance, finding out that there are investigations and you don't know of the terms of reference and the compliance thereof?
Before you answer, can someone at Eskom please assist with this raucous that's here? Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So investigations are handled by our assurance and forensic team. Investigations do not fall within my mandate unless there are specific legal issues that we need to deal with. At that point in time, we have a law firm on the panel who is able to provide services. Like I said earlier, perhaps we need to request a copy of the minutes of that meeting. It happened late last year. and it's now in June. If I recall correctly, it was mentioned briefly. I don't remember Andre saying that a report is available. I think if that statement was made, I would agree with you, Honorable Hadebe, that further interrogation would have been required from a fiduciary perspective. From my perspective as the head of legal at Eskom, like I've said, once the report was finalized and thereafter handed over for legal remedy and avenues to pursue, that's the point in time where I would have become involved.
But you said on several occasions in passing,
yes,
in board meeting last year, so it was mentioned on several occasions. And
not at the board meeting.
No, but you said the issue about the intelligence report was mentioned on several occasions, in passing and in the board meeting of late last year. So it was not for the first time in the meeting of the board late last year that this issue was mentioned. So in all these several occasions that you are referring to, none of the powers that be, including yourself, bothered to understand the extent and the modus operandi of this report. I'm asking this based on your fiduciary responsibility, in line with the PFMA, to protect and guard against the assets of Eskom and to ensure that you prevent any loss and theft as a result of corruption.
I think using the word bothered is an unfair statement to make.
Sorry, I'm asking, were you not bothered? I'm not saying you were not. I'm asking. I want you to explain and give us a sense of why wouldn't you want to know and understand. If I were to come to you and say to you, I have an intelligence report, and you say, okay, you then don't want to probe further. Context is important. If you don't have a context, you might be misguided in terms of your approach.
Yes, okay, thank you. So the mention of the intelligence gathering exercise was mentioned in passing on several occasions. It was mentioned once at the board meeting last year. From my perspective, I was of the view that once the report was finalized, I would be brought in to advise the organization on legal avenues to pursue. I do not think I was delinquent in my responsibilities in this regard. It would be probably more dangerous for the organization to work off an incomplete report and pursue any form of legal action which may lead to nowhere. So that was the view that I had taken. When it comes to understanding the protocols in terms of reference, in terms of investigations, etc., that unfortunately falls outside of my mandate.
So when that was mentioned on several occasions, did you ask at what stage is this information that you are giving me? Is this a preliminary, by the way, information? Is it the final report? Did you ask? Because you are saying you were of the view that once it becomes final, so meaning you knew that what was shared with you was not final, yet it became final in around about June, July.
I was of the view that once the report was finalized, it would be brought to my attention for further action. I had at no point in time questioned the stages of I had no information on the timelines of the information gathering exercise, who was briefed, what the mandate was, etc. I would have thought that once the report was final, it would be brought to me for legal action.
So how did you know that it was not final at the time it was mentioned to you?
Because it was not brought to my attention for legal action. It was not made available to me. So that is how. Thanks.
All right. Now, Chair, you are saying none of what was raised in an interview brought the Eskom under disrepute. So I want, for record purposes, to confirm to me that as the group executive, nothing in the interview breached the confidentiality of Eskom, the code of conduct. Nothing relates to the abuse of power, the office of the former group chief executive. All what he said in the interview does not fall under this category of leaking of confidential information, breaching code of conduct of Eskom, abusing of his position as a group chief executive at the time. 2, when the book was released, in your view as the group executive of legal compliance, what is contained on a book, you have also said to us right now, some of the things are questionable and risky. Are you saying the book has element of breaching the code of conduct of Eskom, has an element of leaking of confidential information, and has element of abuse of the position of a person by the capacity of a group chief executive? And if I'm correct in my assertion, what have you advised the board to do in this regard? And I'm raising this because for us to pursue the matter, we cannot neglect or ignore the conduct and the actions of individuals. It cannot be that we accept as a norm that because you are living in June, you would act as you wish and do as you please, and whoever that has the role to effect oversight and consequence management must neglect that. I don't think that's a correct approach, because I heard you saying we should not focus on the rate, but focus on how do we best improve. Actions and conduct of individuals in the capacity of a group chief executive should be pursued, and we cannot allow an individual to act as he wishes because he's leaving. He still had a duty and the responsibility to fulfill his role as at the time he was an employee of Eskom.
Chair, thank you. So I stand by my comment that I still question what was said that has brought the organization into disrepute. As to whether there's been a breach of the code of conduct in terms of attending an interview without sharing information to be shared with superiors, that is a question to be asked. And it was unfortunate that many individuals became aware of some of the information, especially as related to political parties and others, politicians, in the interview itself. So I'm assuming that the board would have taken that into account when reaching its decision. Regarding my view, and I mean, I've been asked to give my view here, Chair, regarding the interview and the book. There are elements in the book where Mr. de Ruyter speaks about individuals and individual meetings, which I believe is risky. To make statements like those, which could potentially open you up to libel claims, is risky. As to whether some of the statements made regarding how certain board members' facial expressions were in meetings, or consequence management that were triggered by virtue of certain decisions made at divisional board meetings, I am of the view that that is not where we should be focusing our attention from a legal perspective. I'm not saying that there's no legal claim to be made. It's an analysis that we are undertaking so that we can say to the organization, we have considered this. And based on the facts that we have, it actually serves no purpose to pursue this legal avenue. Let's rather focus our attention on how do we take what's happened and improve Eskom's current governance controls.
In closing, Chair, so are you saying as a group executive, legal and compliance, Eskom and Parliament shouldn't pursue the conduct of Andre de Ruyter and only focus on what he said on his book and his interview?
That would be my view. If we're actually going to be expending legal costs here, I think there's a better direction in terms of which those costs could be incurred. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Honourable van Minen.
Thank you very much. I want to bring this back to the issue of Eskom, which is really the basis of the SCOPA investigation. In terms of vetting, I just want to know, general managers of power stations, are they also subject to vetting?
Chair, I would need to confirm that with our assurance and forensic team. I'm not sure.
Okay. What I'm essentially just, my answer is very straightforward. I'm just trying to find out, would GMs be subject to vetting, and if so, who would be the person who could talk to that, essentially?
Thanks, Chair. I think the GCE should be able to talk to that. And I stand to be corrected, but I do think GMs are vetted. Yes.
Well, luckily we've got one right here. He can quickly tell us before we come to his section. But just to clarify, sir, good afternoon now.
Afternoon, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that GMs are subject to vetting.
Okay.
And then just my last question. From a legal perspective, would it be problematic if there were a GM who had been the subject of an investigation but had simply just stopped and there'd been no resolution either way? Would that potentially be a problem?
100% yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, any other question?
Okay, thank you very much.
Wrap it up.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think probably one and a half question from me. One, thanks for responding to the questions I placed on yourself earlier on. Am I right if I would address you as a officer of the law, of the court of the law? Am I right?
Yes, yes, sir.
That's right. Going through the dictionary about that definition, it provides an assertion that an individual who seek to see justice being done, being met at all times. That's why I chose to ask you that kind of a question. So in whatever form of your own attendance, you would really want to effect that. Are you angry that Mr. de Ruyter has ended his employ the way it has been due to the action of the board?
Angry, no.
You're not angry?
No.
So you're not driven by any anger?
I beg your pardon?
You're not driven by, not by any anger? No anger has somewhat driven you to say, I don't agree with what the board has decided on?
Sorry, my job at Eskom is to provide fair, objective legal advice to the organization. Like the conversation we had earlier regarding on where to best place your resources in terms of legal remedy. Whilst there may be legal remedy available, for example, to pursue an action against Mr. de Ruyter, those types of cases take extremely long periods of time with often no results to the organization. So I would advise something else. Where else can we better place our resources to improve Eskom? So at no point in time have I been driven by anger or any other form of negative emotion when advising Eskom in terms of its legal risks. Thank you.
My last part of the question, Chair, is that now I know that you are leaving end of June, and your choice for leaving am I correct to view it as that now Mr. de Ruyter is not there? I have no other choice. Let me follow him. One, I got in here being headhunted. At the time, he was the GCEO. Now he's no longer there. I doubt whether my services would be of great use in his absence.
So I'm not following Andre anyway. In fact, I haven't secured employment yet for myself. So my services and the services of the role of a general counsel will always be required at Eskom. We provide critical services in terms of not only legal matters, but also several issues discussed from a strategic point of view at Exco. So the role is critical. I have the support of the current acting GCE. I have the support of my colleagues. So at no point in time has my decision been made solely on the basis of Andre no longer being in the organization. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Governor, you have, we spoke about your vetting earlier on. As of June last year, it was still in progress. What's its current status now?
Chair, I'm embarrassed to say that it is still in progress, and it's not for lack of wanting to be vetted. I'm very happy to be vetted. The process of actually being vetted is extremely cumbersome. The volume of documents that we actually need to complete, the approvals from family members that we need to engage in, and it just cascades. It's a huge task, and I've unfortunately neglected it, not for not wanting to be vetted, but just solely for not having the time to go through the documents. I apologize.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for your engagement and interaction this morning with us on all the issues that have been raised with you. And I'm sure that when the report is done, you will have a look at it as well. Ours will definitely come out in good time, and you will receive it in earnest once we report to Parliament on this matter. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service as you leave Eskom at the end of June, and we wish you well in your future endeavors. Colleagues, we will take a 10-minute comfort break if we may, and then when we come back, we will go to procurement. And then, Doc, if there's any matters you would like to raise before you leave, you will indicate. So let's take a 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll come back straight to procurement. Thank you. Lungi, ngicela nivale lapha la mnyango so that we can start. Let's go to procurement. And then we will follow the same SOP as we already had. Ma'am, over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Chair and honourable members. I have a bit of a sore throat, so I'm going to try to speak loud as I can, and you can let me know if I'm audible at times. Thank you for the opportunity to engage with SCOPA, and perhaps I thought I would just introduce myself in terms of who I am and the role that I play. So as the Chief Procurement Officer, I've been appointed officially on the 1st of March last year, and I've acted for a year before that, but I am an Eskom Guardian from 1992. So I cannot say that I wasn't in the Eskom in the past or the areas before that, albeit not in the position of the Chief Procurement Officer. In terms of my role, I am a member of EXCO, but I do not report to the GCE, I report to the CFO. So most of my reporting and accountabilities and the reports that I do send would essentially go through the finance group to the respective EXCOs and boards. So I thought I'd just give that context first in terms of the engagements. I also then support board subcommittees such as Audit and Risk Committee, as well as Investment and Finance Committee, insofar as it concerns matters of procurement and supply chain management. So, Chair, maybe if I could just then give some opening comments. I had not prepared something. I thought there was a Q&A, but based on the previous session, I thought I'd just make some notes so that we don't have to repeat some of the same questions. So in terms of my role as the Chief Procurement Officer, it is my duty to see that there is a procurement system that is robust and in line with the provisions of the Constitution, Section 217 in particular, with the 5 pillars, and obviously in compliance to the respective legislation, instruction notes, guidance from Treasury, etc. The procurement department, as you know it, is not centralized. It is center-led. So whenever you're asking a question, just bear in mind that procurement, the staff of procurement do not report to the CPO in all instances. For example, in generation, transmission and distribution, they have a senior manager for whom all of the procurement staff would report to. If you go to a power station or an operating unit, those procurement and supply chain management staff have a solid line relationship to the GM in that area. That being said, it is still my duty as a custodian and as a member of EXCO to make sure that we are shaping and safeguarding Eskom in regards to policies, procedures, the rules of the game, the use of a single system like SAP, and in terms of dealing with matters that is across the company. So in some instances, I may not have the detail if you ask me a specific issue on a power station, but I can, in those instances, bring that to you. But the overarching picture in terms of where we're going, the overarching corporate plan, and the policies, procedures, the use of the systems, etc., is within my jurisdiction as the Chief Procurement Officer. So what we have been focusing in the time that I've been appointed is to actually assess and deal with the historical issues that have come before my time but needed to be cleaned up. Amongst other things, the qualified audit opinion for the procurement and contract management audit. At the same time, you would get a lot of noise from the system, from the outside in terms of perceived irregularities in the procurement system, concerns from suppliers, concern from stakeholders, which as well we have to deal with on a regular basis, as well as media queries. My focus has been, and in particular for this committee, with regards to the issues that have been raised in Andre's submission to SCOPA, as well as some of the elements that came in his formal things, is one, I haven't finished reading the book. I have to be honest with you. I have read experts and bits and bobs, but I did not take the time to read the book end to end. But where matters have been raised to my attention in terms of procurement, I can certainly answer in that regard. So what I have been focusing on for this period that you are hearing that is to actually fix what is necessary in procurement. So again, I will indicate that the issues that have been brought to my attention from the procurement side of Mr. de Ruyter's submission are not necessarily new to me. I can't speak about cartels and all of those things above my pay grade with regards to engagement with the ministers and politicians and officials, but with regards to the transactional information that was being provided in terms of overpricing, in terms of concerns about the qualifications and suitability of the buyers and the ability to actually influence the procurement system unjustly. Those are the issues that he may have discussed with us in committees and may have shared with me as well. So those are the things I can actually talk about. In terms of the report and the so-called 5S report, I also remember, like my colleague, that we had a very, very brief mention of it in a board induction, if I remember correctly. And in that board induction, he was mentioning, and I think I can maybe sort of quote him, he said, we are conducting an investigation. Let me say, I am conducting an investigation. At that time, I must be honest to this committee, I did not see it as something that I need to take notes on and to take any action on. And the reason being is I'm also part of the NAT joints. I am a co-stream member for Workstream 4, which is Finance and Procurement. And Mr. de Ruyter didn't indicate that he needs any money to do this investigation. He didn't indicate at that stage that he wants me to help in a procurement process. And I have innocently assumed that it is in line with the feedback he was giving to that NAT joints in terms of the security cluster and the work that he's done in detail to deal with some of the issues on, for example, theft, security theft, concerns about coal, etc. So at that time, I didn't do anything to what we heard. I think we heard the statement. We didn't say that there's something that needs to be happened. I also assumed that when the time comes right, we would get a report or a final report, and whether there was issues that need to be shared with, amongst others, the head of forensics, the head of security, the head of legal and compliance, and myself to take actions, which is normally the case if an investigation takes place. With regards to procurement and supply chain, my job is to see that the procure-to-pay process is actually robust, that we only pay for work that is done, that when we find that there's breaches or potential control gaps, that we try to close those gaps. And we do that by amending the procedures itself, looking at what needs to change in terms of enhancements of the SAP systems, etc. Our current constraint in terms of not being fully able to eradicate fraud and corruption still remains because we don't have a fully automated and digital procurement system. So we still receive tenders in largely with hard copies that have to move around. So documents do move around in a manual way. So nothing is purely electronic that you could see who has accessed and recorded and etc. on that. So in those regards, the procurement procedure, as much as you put in controls, has the ability to be manipulated. But where we do understand where it is, we would then try to close those gaps. So it is reliant to some extent on ethical behavior as well of people in the procurement process. Now, these are not only the buyers, the people that will include people in the tender office, that will include people in the delegated committees to make those decisions, like procurement tender committees and board tender committees in that regards. It also relies on end users not designing scope towards a particular outcome. It also relies on people who are in a cross-functional team to keep what they've seen and what they're working with confidential. Now, some of that I can control if there's a high-value transaction through our CMAX process, which we call, where those documents are actually physically locked away for transactions over 500 million. But as you know, we procure from zero value to higher levels. So in any site or station, there will be documents that are not necessarily only available to a buyer, etc. So that vulnerability about many people seeing documents and being able to see contents prior to a transaction becoming finalized still leaves room to say that I cannot come hand in heart and say there's no corruption and fraud in procurement in Eskom. And I think that's the first thing we want to say. But what I've been focusing on in the time that I'm here is actually how to actually reduce those instances. And that comes with a procurement recovery program, which we've put together. We've shared some of that with our ministry in DPE. We monitor that program through the Audit and Risk Committee. And some of the things, just to take you very quickly, that we do is actually seeing where SAP could be compromised and make those changes in the SAP process. We are training people to be more ethical, and we're training people to understand the rules of the game and to be able to comply with it. Where the rules cause contradictions or the rules makes it difficult to do that, we're then engaging with the likes of National Treasury mainly, but also the DTIC, DMRE, anybody else that actually is providing procurement regulations. So the idea is to fix the control framework and fix at a large scale the ability to compromise the system, and that's largely where I've been focusing my efforts. We also know that we inherited a lot of legacy issues. I also did not get a handover from my predecessor because he left through some other means, and he was suspended before he had left. Therefore, I did not get a handover or any documents that came before that time. That is not to say that I can't access or find answers to things that have been we're dealing with, as well as that I am closing out and fixing the historical issues which resulted into high levels of irregular expenditure, lots of investigation reports that were not completed, etc. In terms of the operating model, we try to make sure that the people who are sitting in sites and stations and supporting the divisions are empowered to be able to do what they need to do, and that they are using the mechanisms to report to us when there is transgressions or concerns. So even though ANF is the one that looks at the whistleblowing or the hotline that is reported, staff do come and tell me if they have a concern. And if they tell me they have a concern, I as the CPO make it a duty to actually follow through to see if there's any legitimacy in that and investigate it the same way and keep a register thereof. We also then engage with the institutions that provide regulatory training like the CIDB, the Competitions Commission and other places to make sure that the training that our staff are reading are actually going to empower them to make the right decisions in terms of those things. We're also participating with SIPS, and I myself is a member of SIPS, so I subscribe to a code of conduct that's expected of me in the role that I play. We also participate in NAT joints. I think I mentioned Workstream 4, that is looking at ways and means in the longer term that finance and procurement issues are not the reason that generation cannot deliver on its operations, and that we are not the reason why additional energy, for example, can't be purchased, or anything that is actually preventing the kinds of issues that are leading to, amongst other things, load shedding. So my interface with EXCO is as a member. So I'm au fait with EXCO and its subcommittees and the issues that we discuss in terms of procurement, supply chain, and contract management. And of course, in the board, in a very limited capacity, I don't really advise on procurement because board doesn't really do procurement per se, but I do play an advisory role in the Investment and Finance Committee, and I do make presentations together with Finance in the Audit and Risk Committee. So the areas that I focus on is procurement, supply chain, and contract management, and I think from there, based on the question you have, I will be able to respond in terms of the general issues that were raised. I think the other issue specific to the book, I did put in my presentation the last time, Chair, but of course, if they hadn't finished the discussions or the rounds of questions from our previous presentation, I'm willing to engage further on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions? Honorable Van Minen and Honorable Hattab in that order. Okay, I'm going to be a bit more strict on time now.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Van Minen is first off the bat.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Sanker, you mentioned here that procurement isn't centralized, it's center-led, and then you were talking about the role of the individual GMs. Can you just expand on that a bit?
Thank you for that question. So essentially, about 3 or 4 years ago, procurement was centralized, and then we've now decided to create those divisionalized structures or those preparing for legal separation. So in those cases, a power station, for example, will have a middle manager in procurement, and under there they would have a person dealing with, say, supply chain and another person dealing with procurement. That person has a solid line relationship to that general manager at that power station. They have a dotted line relationship in terms of the functional leader to myself if they have queries in terms of the rules of the game and how things are working. The same will happen in any operating unit in transmission, where the people are the procurement and supply chain people are actually reporting to the operational unit's general managers. And of course, in transmission, they may have a little bit of a centralized structure, but it's reporting to a procurement person there. So each division has a senior manager or a mini CPO in that division that looks at operational issues, and then we come together as a functional steering committee on a twice a month to actually look at overarching issues, etc.
Okay, so let me just understand that. You're talking about solid line relationships and dotted line relationships. So are you essentially saying that each power station operates separately, and ultimately it's the general manager who would then be responsible for the actual ordering and procurement, and then there's the sort of bi-monthly meetings with yourself and the committee?
So as we said, it's not decentralized either, so maybe I should just qualify the other part, what center-led means. So the committees, for example, are set up by myself. So there is a procurement tender committee for which we nominate people to participate, who will do that governance role. So we control that in terms of seeing that there is efficient governance in terms of the procurement procedures. Yes, correctly, the purchase requests per se, the fulfilling of the requirements by the buyer, the signing off of the scopes, the actual placement of the orders are all done then at the power station. Naturally, there are thresholds. Certain things that would go to Exco, etc., are over 750 million. But I would say, by and large, 90 to 95% of the procurement at a power station takes place at a power station.
Now, my concern is, there have been so many swirling allegations over the last few years with Eskom and with procurement in particular. We've seen all kinds of issues to do with inflated pricing, with double orders, all sorts of issues. Why is that non-centralized system seen as more efficient than a more centralized system?
So maybe if I can comment on the inflated prices and the double ordering. So with regards to inflated prices, what we're doing centrally is to then make sure that market-related prices are updated onto the system. So if you do that and you systematically, and we've done over 10,000 items in the last year, you would then say, for example, the price of milk is 10 Rand a litre, and therefore you would monitor it through SAP if you are spending more than a certain percentage, be it 10% or 15%, depending on what it is there. So the system will be able to track that. Why is it decentralized? Is because the divisions by themselves wanted a more effective way and an easier reach to the procurement teams. So which means you could have a requirement that is today and actually satisfied within a 21-day period or 30-day period, because everybody that needs to work on that transaction is actually located at the same space. So the procurement person is next to the end user, is next to the finance person, is next to the committee. So the thinking was always that if it was the excuses or the reasons made in the past that procurement is onerous and taking years, etc., was essentially because it was center-led, and they felt the line of control in terms of procurement and supply chain resources was too far from the PSM, who then said, they did not see the sense of urgency that they have, and they did not see the crisis or the prioritization of procurement efforts.
Okay, I understand that, but surely there is a really big risk in a decentralized model like this, well, should we say a non-centralized model. If you've literally got the buyer and procurement and finance and everybody in the same space, and they are working in a location far from the center, doesn't that add credence to the allegations that we've heard over the years that there has been enormous resistance to having a proper inventory? There's been a huge resistance to barcoding. We were yesterday at Tutuka and we were in the stores, and as well there, it's difficult to see how any kind of control is actually on the ground kept over what is there and what is ordered. So surely having a non-centralized model like this makes it easier for people, if they wish to collude in procurement, to do so. Particularly given the fact that you don't have an electronic system and a lot of it's done on paper. I mean, surely that really should be raising alarm bells.
So we can talk about some of the barcoding and RFID and those. So those are system changes that we're driving from the center. So we're in the process of actually implementing barcoding and RFID. I think they've started with 3 stations that would be in place in July, and the rest of them coming on board. So from a center-led perspective, we've actually got project teams that are there and actually guiding us in terms of the status they are in terms of preparing for automated or improved systems. But you're quite right in terms of behavior of the staff and the attention to detail to make sure that stores have the materials where they need to be and it's accounted for. It's also a lack of discipline. I mean, cycle counts and the rules of the game are there. There should be no reason that 30 days pass and you're not sure if the material is where it needs to be, which is also, you know, one of the reasons that we went decentralized is to give the PSMs the accountability to say, it's no point in you saying you're afraid of not finding the material you want, but you're also the custodian of having that. We then are not discounting that I'm saying it's fully decentralized with a view that I'm not assisting the business where we can. So we're making sure that there's sufficient staff on the station, and in the last few years we can confirm that, you know, recruitment came to a stop. You know, to a large extent people were using fixed terms or contractors in there or contracted buyers. Some stations didn't even have procurement staff. So to fix that we're dealing with from the center to make sure that every power station has the amount of people that it needs to be able to do its job well. It's also very difficult, even though you're saying it's co-located, that when you have corruption or you have this instances of compromise in procurement system, how do you get away from saying a finance person plus the maintenance manager plus the procurement person plus the tender committee are all compromised? It could happen in the center-led model as well. So essentially there, it's up to people to let us know that things are going wrong, and it's up to the systems checks we have to see that the prices you're now paying are in line with what is there. We also put additional controls before you take it to committee so that we do vetting on certain suppliers in terms of due diligence. We will also look at the QSs and additional QSs to see that the prices that you are looking at when you evaluate a tender is in line with what we were expecting to be purchasing, and that information forms part of the report. So essentially, you're building, you know, a chain of responsibility that if everyone behaves correctly, should actually give you better results than in the past. We also do the analytics to flag out if you are not, if you're paying an inflated price. So if we've got a standard price and it's more than 15% or 20%, it triggers to the next level of approval. So the buyer cannot self-approve those kind of things. What we are struggling with from the past is not having the right amount of inventory and contract in the past. Created this opportunity where everything had to be done urgently. So we have to fix the urgency first, because that was creating the room for inflated prices or for supplier who are non-value adding to be coming to the system. And I'm pleased to say, I mean, my colleague Becky's not here, but we are now going to reduce the amount of informal tendering. You know, tendering under R1 million was a bigger concern than just the, you know, the coal issues, etc. So the more instances that you suddenly need something right now that you have to procure in the next few days, the better the chances you have for being able to give time to have correct pricings and correct checks going. Because obviously an open tender process or competitive bid will always give you a better result than these urgencies that are created. So I am now dealing with reducing the instances of urgencies. We've also saying tying it in, for example, with National Treasury Instruction 03, which then gives the accounting authority the ability to make those decisions whether you're modifying a contract or you're following a sole source or OEM procurement, should increase the efficiency of the process and actually reduce the cycle times, thereby, you know, also, because those are the contributing factors that we've looked at. It's not just saying swap out the people. You bring another 100 buyers and after a little period of time, you can't guarantee that you've got the same results. So we have to fix the way the processes work. We have to fix the ability to people to secure contracts that are outside of the price, and we have to then deal with the urgency. And in dealing with the urgency, what we have to do is place enough contracts. So I've got a backlog of contracts that need to be placed. And only fixing that would reduce the amount of procurement that is actually needed in the station, and that actually is how you solve the problem.
Now, how do you manage that without a fully digitalized system that again, isn't centralized so that you can't see what you've got across the entire system. And you were talking about things being done on paper, and it's only larger claims over, I think you said 500 million, where the documents get locked up. So how does one manage that on the current system, and is there a move to actually bring in a digitalized system? Because surely that is something that would be really important in trying to, maintain control over what's going on in a very large, diffuse system.
So you're quite correct. So the digital system, we've gone out on tender, and we've completed the evaluations so that we should be appointing a service provider during the month of June or early in July. And that is in trigger. I think I mentioned in the previous SCOPA report to have the first part of digitalization in June 2024, because that would give sufficient time for the supplier to work on it. So it remains a risk until that risk is controlled in that way. That being said, we also have in parallel, I think, some of the cataloging and master data initiatives that we've put in place from 2020 to make sure that we are not doing free text, for example. And I think I mentioned before that we don't actually allow free text anymore. So if you want to buy something and it's not codified, we then codify it first before you procure it. So closing those kind of avenues in the short term on SAP reduces the instances of people saying, I need this item, and they give it a unique descriptor which doesn't have a price reference, etc. So cleaning up the master data and cleaning up the contracts already in the short term makes a difference. I think we're also going on an electronic tender solution. So the electronic tender solution will then also reduce the instances of papers flowing through in the pre-award process. And that one is in pilot at the moment, and we assume that by the end of the year, if we roll that out, that half of documents, which is from initiation to contract award, would also be automated.
Okay, and then the procurement recovery program, what exactly does that entail?
All right, so we've started on a journey from the time we've had the qualified audit opinions to actually put a range of actions in terms of dealing with many of the reasons why we've got qualified. So a few years ago, it was on interpretation of notes, etc., where we had high volumes of transactions that were pervasively done incorrectly, either through incorrect procedures or misunderstanding thereof. So in the last few years, we've cleared up in terms of many categories. There's 8 categories in Note 52 or 51 of the PFMA, the PFMA section of the annual financial statements, which shows the traction that we're making, amongst other things, on single source and sole source applications, where we've then changed the delegations so only GMs and higher can actually approve these types of transactions, dealing with emergency procurement and the rules of instances of emergency procurement, dealing with how contracts are modified, in particular thresholds over 15% and 15 million. And many of those changes that we've done is we've also put in flags into the system that highlight those transactions and those things so we can actually monitor it. The intention is really to have this program where we're actually reducing the instances of irregular expenditure and obviously non-compliance in general terms, and of course monitoring that. In the short term, you may not see the results because you have the spike in irregular expenditure, but it's because we're picking up the issues of the past. New instances, I can confirm, are few and far between compared to the past, and the number of instances, even though you would find that when we're finding items from the past, it obviously reflects in the current financial statements. So procurement recovery is an all-encompassing approach on people, process, systems, and governance to be able to demonstrate, amongst other things, to our shareholder or to the lenders that we have dealt with people and processes in terms of fixing the policies, dealing with National Treasury, etc., dealing with the competence of staff and having the right amount of staff in there, from a perspective of monitoring, value-adding suppliers and putting in controls on SAP where we can assess even local purchase orders, etc., and pick up exceptions, and then working with forensics and of course, audit or any other party if there was external investigations into procurement transactions. So all of that is built into a procurement recovery plan, which then we update each year to show how we're making progress. And that also is the thing that I probably spend more time on than maybe Andre's specific instances where he says we're outliers.
Then my final question, you were talking about generation and saying you don't want procurement to be a barrier to generation. Is that something that's happened in the past? Has procurement actually had an effect on generation?
Yes, in our understanding in the past it did, because first and foremost, the business was allowing contracts to expire, where we had commercial arrangements in place for maintenance of our providers. We might have had contracts for stores and materials. And these contracts in the past, from 2015 onwards, were actually left to lapse. So what you had is a situation where sites cannot get what they want in the time they want it. So it's either the contracts for some of the key equipment and plants, or even the maintenance services, etc. This was further exacerbated because when you wish to modify a contract, and it may just be the most prudent thing at that time, and it exceeded a threshold of 15% or 15 million, it then had to go to this additional governance process of going to National Treasury, where in some instances there's evidence they replied within a month, and of course if you've been around there are other instances where these items went back and forth for months or years. The same thing happened with, obviously, say, the generation part of the build program, where if you want to modify a contract based on site-based requirements, it would have had gone through that additional governance. So that additional governance was proven to have delays in terms of making decisions, and of course in some cases people are not applying their minds. They would allow the contract to actually expire while these governance is taking place, and of course, if you've got an expired contract, nobody then wants to resuscitate it and take the responsibility of irregular expenditure. So many of those understandings of governance and the shortcomings we had in terms of our legislative framework have since been adjusted, because when we've had the new PFMA instruction note that came out on the 1st of April, it gave a lot more authority to an accounting authority to then take those decisions, which basically meant if we need to have an ad hoc committee tomorrow, then it is up to the GCE and others to make them available. Whereas if you had to go through a National Treasury process, you would obviously have to work around their timelines and their things. So in that sense, procurement in the broader ends of procure to actually securing a contract was a little bit more onerous and a little bit more difficult. The ability to actually then choose procurement by other means that is governed internally also helps us to say, in the case of an urgent issue or a matter on a power station, and maybe you can even ask Selo since he's a PSM there, it is able, the unit now can make a decision on urgent procurement, and we've simplified the timelines by which they can get their goods and service if there was something that was needed immediately, and if it could help alleviate some of the immediate crisis, knowing full well that they don't have their contracts in place, they don't have other things. If they need an equipment now, they can find a way to do it. It also means that we also looked at sole sources and OEMs, and in areas where it just made sense to have contracts, but we don't have them and we allow them to lapse. So now if we have those enabling agreements, if you need something from a GE or a Hitachi or say, you can actually get them through those arrangements. So I think when we use the word procurement, I'm saying everybody in the procurement value chain work less efficiently in the past. And that by itself allowed people to just stand back and say, I'm not going to continue with this outage, or I'm going to move it because I don't have the arrangements in place to actually do the work. And then it also delayed, in fact, the works itself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe with an H. Honorable Conta, stand by.
Thank you, Chair. I can't see properly.
Procurement.
Yeah, I wanted the name. It's fine. Can you please just give us a breakdown of how emergency contract gets awarded and who are the role players involved?
Thank you for that. So emergency procurement, unlike ordinary procurement, doesn't have to be led by the procurement department. So maybe ordinarily if you need to buy goods and services, you would fill up a scope, you'd fill up a purchase requisition, you would go through some sort of competitive bidding, and you would take anything from 3 to 6 months to get your goods. When you have an emergency, first and foremost, before you get to procurement, an emergency is declared by a GM or higher. So a power station manager, for example, would find that he's got an emergency condition in his power station, which requires emergency action. So it could be a fire on the station, it could be a leak, it could be anything. That emergency condition does not necessarily lead to emergency procurement. Because if he has the contracts or the enabling agreements in place, he would then call in those suppliers or those arrangements that he has to do. So the emergency condition is first declared, and then from there, they would see if they have the goods and services and the contracts in place to be able to service that emergency. So to some extent, they may be able to ask the contractors on site to assist them or not. If they find they don't have a contractual arrangement in place and they cannot borrow one from a neighboring station, etc., then the delegated person, which is a GM above, makes a decision. So the decision maker is essentially the person who declared the emergency. They are given those powers in terms of National Treasury instruction notes to actually be able to go and procure it. Now, when they procure it, they are able to do things that the procurement department would ordinarily have done, which means they can contact a supplier immediately. They can do whatever is necessary to restore the place to a safe condition. They can get quotes. They can use an immediate supplier that's on site, etc. So while they're doing that, the intention is to resolve the emergency. And when they've completed that particular process and the supplier has now done the work, it would go through a ratification process. So then it's taken to a committee. Depending on the value of the transaction, it could be taken to a procurement tender committee on site, it could be taken to a divisional tender committee or higher, depending on the value of the transaction itself and the thresholds of those committees for that emergency to be ratified and for that supplier to be paid. So in that case, that committee will make its decision, and it will decide if the emergency was warranted and if emergency procurement was actually warranted as well. And then, of course, either approve or decline such an application. And then, of course, the supplier is usually then paid. In terms of National Treasury reporting then, within 14 days or at an agreement interval with them, we would then report emergency procurement as a procurement by other means into the reports for National Treasury.
Thank you so much. In your opening remarks, you've shared with us that you're also responsible for historic issues that needs to be cleared up. You also deal with perceived issues of irregularities and complaints. Now, I've received a complaint here from the Association of Private Security Owners of South Africa. I'm sure it has come to your attention in relation to the 500 million emergency contract, which was awarded for 3 months. I want you to share with me whether or not do you have the knowledge of such, and given what you've just alluded to in terms of the steps that needs to be taken, emergency having to be declared by the responsible person, processes that follows after that, the ratification process by the relevant committee to assess whether or not the emergency was warranted. Supplier then gets paid within 14 days, you report to National Treasury. With this specific tender of 500 million, which was reported to be as a result of a perceived threat, were you part of that meeting with the then Group Chief Executive of Eskom, and what was discussed in that meeting? How did the tender get to be awarded? Was the threat assessment conducted by SEPS, State Security Agency? If not, was it conducted by Eskom Security? Who else was present in that meeting? Was the Group Executive Legal and Compliance part of that meeting? Thank you.
All right, I'll answer the question in parts. So you mentioned APOSA. We've got several people that have actually raised the same concern. So I could just check if it was APOSA as well, but many of the other queries have come through media desks, so I think the answers are more or less aligned. Not necessarily that I've responded separately to APOSA. So first, no, I was not in the meeting. So the meeting where the threat assessment was discussed, I think from my understanding is that it was the GE COO, our then head of security, and others. But I can confirm that I wasn't there, so I can't confirm. If the head of legal, she's here, she can actually confirm that. But
so I'm saying, were you at any stage in a meeting where this issue was deliberated upon before the actual award of an emergency contract?
yeah, I'm getting to that. So there was an initial meeting, which would have been with, from my understanding of the security, because I met the head of security after the meeting. So I probably want to go through that steps and you tell me if I've covered everything. So at a meeting which would include the COO, the divisional execs, the CEO, and the head of security, the discussion would have been around the threats at different stations. So when the head of security decided to raise an emergency, that's when I first became aware of it, because we have we have a process to deal with emergency procurement, which is forms to fill, etc. So it will require, amongst other things, a declaration of emergency, which must be duly signed. And I think, if my memory be correct, it was either the COO or the GCE would have declared that emergency. And I can find those documents, and we can confirm that that emergency declaration was in place. In the declaration itself,
I just want you to be specific. Are you not in a position to accurately recall who signed the declaration?
I can check quickly. I got it. I think it was Jan. It was the COO. I can check before then, SCOPA.
Okay, so you're speaking under correction.
Sorry?
I'm saying you're speaking under correction.
Yeah, there's two documents. One is the emergency declaration, and one is the actual emergency procurement. So one is signed by Andre and one is signed by Jan. I'll just check who signed which. But I can do so before the end of this meeting.
Okay, let's rather do that who signed the documents. So documents were submitted, you
Yes.
will verify those that signed.
Yes.
The next step that followed?
So those documents indicated that there is a threat. It does not indicate how the threat assessment's there, though it does mention intelligence indicate. So that I've read and they've confirmed that. And based on that basis, it indicates as well which supplier must be appointed. So in that declaration of emergency and in filling those forms there for the emergency, it indicates a supplier, which in this case is Fidelity, that should be appointed. There is an estimated budget of about 500 million, and of course a period of 3 months. So there's all of that is in the emergency pack that is there. The emergency is then dealt with by an end user, who in this case would have been the head of security, would have been acting together with the different power stations and the different areas that need that service to actually then bring on a provider. So at that stage, procurement doesn't actually get involved. So I was not involved in the appointment of the provider, etc. So, and that emergency after 90 days gets filled with the necessary documents, and it's gone to a tender committee to be ratified. And I can confirm that I've checked that there is minutes of a meeting confirming that this emergency was ratified. So strictly from a procurement process, if you look at the sequence of the documents that are in front of me, and I can quickly check the dates and give you the signatures as well, there was nothing untoward in terms of how the procurement process was in fact run. We also have decided to conduct an internal investigation. Investigation is not completed. I have not seen the final report where there were any issues in terms of the wider issues that are brought in terms of the trigger for the needs, etc. I can only confirm on the procurement portions itself what I've checked, and the procurement documents seem to be in order.
So the key issue is the threat assessment and the threat identification. And that information you don't have at your disposal.
No.
You don't know who identified the threat, who assessed the threat, but your involvement, who else was in the meeting that you attended when this was tabled, and when was this tender awarded? Because that is critical, and subsequent to that, you are saying now there is an investigation. ongoing. I'm asking this because it is alleged that this emergency contract was as a result of this intelligence report, which all of you seem not to be privy and have not seen it. Yet a tender of $500,000 for 3 months gets awarded based on the intelligence report that none of you had sight of.
So, Chair, it does not refer to that intelligence report. It says intelligence reports have indicated. So what we can see is...
Which intelligence report? You've given me the detailed process and procedure of emergency procurement. Declaration of an emergency by who? That's what I want to get to understand.
All right, so I can confirm that in the Procurement Pact there is no report. There's only mention of that report in the emergency declaration. So there's no attached report even in the submission to the committee. So I can confirm that there is, but it does indicate obviously these documents were prepared by the head of security in terms of the threat assessment, and it is usually as a functional leader you leave it to the onus of the end user who's declaring that emergency to have all of that in place. So obviously at that stage I wasn't aware that there's this other report that we should be aware of, and that is why now that we you know, after the fact or in hindsight, we've obviously with the complaints that we've got started an investigation, but it was not done. The contract itself ran from July for 3 months. So it was July, I think early July till end of September in terms of the contract. It was not a contract, it was a purchase order, because obviously you didn't follow all the requirements to get a contract placed because there was no competitive bidding, there was no other things that you'd have in place. So that, let's just say that purchase order, that contractual arrangement, which was just to pay for that emergency, was for those 90 days.
$500 million for 3 months. As the head of procurement, you did not see it fit to get all the necessary document. Is that a too little amount to be concerned about and a threat to your power stations? Anyone can just come to you and say there's a threat, finish you with the report and amount, take this company, and then you are okay with it. Why were you called in a meeting? Why was legal part of that meeting? What was the purpose of you going to that meeting? And when the verification process gets undertaken, what is it that they are verifying when there is no report? How do they give go ahead and justify themselves that indeed the threat was there and it warrants an emergency, and give go ahead for money to be paid to the service provider if you're saying to us there was no report?
So maybe I can answer it back to Frans. So with regards to the payment to the supplier, the 500 million was a budget. And if I remember correctly, the actual amounts that were spent was about half that amount. So I would say it's about 250, if I remember, 258 including that, but I can check the exact value of the spend for the 90 days. With regards to the assessment of the spend, there is detailed reports on the amount of resources deployed per station, per day, with attendance registers, etc. So there's a body of evidence that rolls up that costs as to how it was actually justified, and I've seen those invoices and that supporting documents in terms of the costs. So the costs were paid according to the services that were rendered. So that I can confirm. In terms of the meeting, there was no meeting per se that I attended. The head of security came to see me. I can check the exact date to ask about the documents that I needed. So I didn't attend a meeting where the threats were discussed itself. But I did get feedback from her, is obviously that discussion and the selection of sites were done in conjunction with the group execs. So the power stations were selected on the basis of the engagement with the then GE for generation, and I stand to be correct, I think it was Lani, the discussion on which transmission sites, for example, would have been in conjunction with Sekomotso, and the selection, if any, of distribution sites would be in line with that. So it wasn't one person per se that came with that view. As I've mentioned before, the declaration of the emergency doesn't go through a procurement process. It goes through emergency procurement, as in the end users themselves, which is the head of security together with the group execs, would then make the calling. I understand as well that they set up in the scope of work a daily control center that monitored, the resourcing and the issues that they've had, and there too again reports, and I would put them in brackets. It says intelligence reports, but I think it's daily surveillance reports were also shared with us in terms of, what was used as a basis for making payment.
When you're saying you were not in a meeting, were you not in any meeting where the COO and the Group Chief Executive and yourself were under one roof discussing this emergency contract? I'm not saying specifically dealing with the declaration and the assessment, but were you not in any meeting where you dealt with this emergency contract? You were just given reports.
Chair, I don't recall going to a specific meeting with the GCEO and others to discuss the emergency itself. But I was made aware of, obviously, that there is emergency.
How were you made aware?
Through the head of security.
How? Like?
She came to my office. But I'll have to check what date it was, Chair.
So no meeting that took place?
Chair, I don't know if you call it informal meeting. I'm not sure if I'm getting you.
I think what we're trying to ascertain is the extent to which how this was discussed and handled from its inception to its conclusion, including but not limited to after the 90 days where the emergency was verified, in terms of also who was present then. I think you said 3 months, 90 days verification. So in its lifespan, unless it was, to borrow a phrase, by the way. So how was it structured? It's a big budget, R500 billion. You say you expended 258. So I think that's the chain of events that we're looking at. If you want to pull out the records as you've been touching on dates, maybe then do that. But what I'm getting is that Honorable Hattab is trying to say it cannot have been that there was no meetings about this. And maybe whilst we're still there, legal, the extent of your involvement in this particular one.
Chair, I wasn't involved at the inception of this entire structure of the transaction. However, I do recall this transaction being presented to the Executive Committee for approval, where the approval was granted. It was based on a paper provided by the head of security at the time, who presented the paper, and a decision was made. I can't remember the details surrounding it, Chair. Thank you.
An intelligence report. So when you say paper, a briefing?
A briefing note, yes.
A briefing note, right. So was the intelligence, which was the reason, part and parcel of that? So ESCO discussed this. Was procurement present at that ESCO meeting?
Chair, I think we'll have to check who was present at the meeting. I do remember the fidelity contract being presented to EXCO. I can't remember, and I stand again under correction. I think the intelligence report, the report itself was not included as part of the submission, but a threat assessment and a risk rating was provided, which would have influenced EXCO to make a decision. But I think the best, Chair, is if we could perhaps go back and check all the facts and respond to the committee. Thank you.
I'm trying to understand, how then do you approve and rectify something if you are not privy to all the information. Surely there must be some sort of recollection of what was presented by who. It might not be in detail or exact, but a flow of sequence of event, the initiator, for that committee to give a go-ahead to say, indeed, this was warranted, it is indeed an emergency. As such, we are satisfied with information at our disposal. This can be then taken to the next stage where a supplier can be paid. I'm expecting at least that information, given the amount. What the head of procurement said, that the report already came with the name of the service provider to be appointed and a budget already. So some sort of work was done, and there is mention of intelligence. And if I'm a person having to put my head on the block to say, indeed, this warrants emergency, it can be processed in terms of payment, I would have satisfied myself in terms of due diligence, and I would have satisfied myself that it was reasonable, justified to do so. I'm not expecting the two heads, the Group Chief Executive, not to have recollection of a budget of $500 million, especially when there were complaints after, especially when the matter is still under investigation. Some level of institutional memory ought to be available at your fingertips.
So, Chair, I think I've responded the best that I can. I do recall the meeting. I do recall a briefing note. The briefing note itself was sufficient, included sufficient information for the executive team to make a decision on this. I don't recall a report being attached to the briefing note itself. And I mean, I'm a legal person, so there are often occasions where sensitive data is not shared at meetings, and it can be shared on request. I don't recall the report itself being included at this meeting. In terms of how it progressed to the point where it was presented to EXCO, I unfortunately cannot speak to that. I would assume that a fair process was followed in terms of how the supplier was identified. At present, I understand through the Office of the Group Chief Executive, there is an investigation underway. Last year, at the time where when the initial allegations were made, an investigation was initiated, but it was not completed. So I understand that it's in progress now. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I think I would request and propose that we get full detail of this emergency procurement from its inception until to its final conclusion with all relevant documentation. But just one last question. I think you would agree with me if I were to say it would have been reckless of any person in authority to approve anything without the relevant necessary documentation. If indeed this emergency contract was as a result of this intelligence report that you do not have, and you have given go-ahead based on information that you do not have, I'm sure you'd agree with me that would be reckless and irresponsible. I'm not saying it was based on the intelligence report that is highly much talked about, but if indeed it's the case, that will be highly irresponsible thing to do, to spend $500 million for a report that you don't have.
if you've got a response to it, yeah.
Chair, I think
Or the or procurement.
Okay. Do you want? I think it's premature to say that it's reckless. Decisions are made based on data that's presented, and at the time, a briefing note was presented to Exco, which would have contained sufficient data to enable the committee to make a decision. It may not have been the entire report, but the level of risk, the exposure to the organization, etc., would have been tested and dealt with in that briefing note. So I'm not completely agreeing with you to say that it's completely reckless. There are occasions where legal documents, as an example, are not made available because of privilege, and distribution of information has consequences. So I think it would be fair, Chair, like you suggest, for us to come back to the committee with the details in terms of what was presented and how the decision was made. And also, to allow the investigation into this to finalize. Thanks.
Because we're here tomorrow, can we be briefed on this particular issue and its timelines and the components there? Maybe say, brief us how you were briefed from start to, so we can just get a sense. So let's do that tomorrow, so that we don't speculate and guess and so on. There's clarity required on signatures and so on. So let's flag that particular one for tomorrow.
Yes, including how many complainants, whether or not TAPSOSA was part of those that have complained, and how were those complaints handled?
Okay, so we will suspend that particular issue for now, and then we will continue with it tomorrow when they come and brief us. So, legal, thank you very much. That was the matter that we just asked to stay on, because we had dispensed ourselves. Let's continue. Honorable Mkonto.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, the country has been experiencing load shedding up to level 8. Yes. So I just want to know from Ms. Sanka as to, according to her understanding, how did his unit, the procurement unit, contributed to that demise? By deed or omission? It can be by deed, it can be by omission. What should have been done better, or what was not done correctly for your unit in contributing to the high stages of load shedding by Eskom?
So Chair, it's difficult to put a direct link, but maybe if I can try an indirect link and see if that answers the question. So if you look at load shedding and the contributing factors, and I'm not the technical expert, my experts, some of the reasons is delays in maintenance and outages, not having spares and material as and when needed to be able to effectively address things like partial load losses, etc. So I would say not necessarily the procurement unit, but efficient procurement and contract management is a contributor, in the sense that if you do not have the right material at the right time, in the right quantities, to be able to do your operations, then procurement as an enabler hasn't helped you to do that. I haven't quantified, because when we're doing an investigation or we're doing an issue, they didn't say, this is the percentage contribution of procurement, or the outages was delayed by 10 days because we didn't have material. So I don't have it calculated that way, but it is a contributor. So if you go into a site and you don't have all the contracts that you need to execute an outage, then you obviously, at the time that you're doing, are going to execute the works up to when the last contract is in place and the last material has been received. This was obviously further exacerbated by the lack of finance. So not having sufficient finance to place these contracts is part of the reason why people didn't have long-term arrangements due to lack of funding, and therefore, or it was stated that way, therefore long lead materials may not be ordered on time, or contracts were not placed in time for the outages, and that was due to the lack of funding. So both of those excuses in terms of being able to place contracts and get the material you want, as well as having the finances to do it, is resolved through the debt relief bill that we've got. So obviously we should be able to say, because we've released monies for all long lead items for this corporate planning outages, there should be nobody saying next year I'm going to need something that takes 1 year to procure and the money is not here today. So on 1st of April, that issue of money / having a budget to procure would hopefully fall away. And you must understand, in terms of public procurement, you cannot go out to the market and ask for something if you do not have evidence that you have the funds in hand. So you can't procure at risk if you don't have the budget. So you can't go out and say, I want 100 transformers, but don't worry, next year when I get my debt relief, I think I'll have the money. And public procurement not allowing that contributed as well. So if you don't have the money at that time, even for future activities, you won't be able to do it. So that's one of the ways that it has contributed. I think the lack of skills and the skills drain in terms of providing appropriate scopes that enable procurement to get you what you need and not have tenders being cancelled or planning being the reason there is another contributing factor. Now remember that none of these factors, unfortunately, I can measure and say it contributed 10% or 15% to load shedding. But those are the items off the top of my head is where the procurement unit could certainly have done better in executing its mandate to see that materials, services and arrangements are in place as and when needed for the operations to survive.
You are heading a unit that is dealing with millions, billions of rands. And if I understood you well, you said your system is manual. How does your system pick up who did what at what time? Is your system able to pick up the activities on the value chain of procurement as you are dealing with these millions of rands? And do you think the system is sufficient and efficient and effective for a big company like Eskom?
All right, thank you for that. So maybe I must just qualify. The payment side of the system works fine. So if you place a contract and the contract is loaded on SAP and you have purchase orders or task orders, then in that cases when you are doing work, you can see when you place the order, you can actually see when you get the assessment, you can match the assessment and the invoice against what leaves Eskom. So from a finance perspective, I'm not saying that we've got a manual system to make payments. Financial systems work fine. What we're talking about is the pre-system, which is you load a PR, a purchase request on SAP. That purchase request has a person, and because it's linked to a user ID, and it has an end user, it has a budget, and it has the basic requirements to start a procurement process. What then happens, if you go through tendering, you receive tenders, hard copies and documents, which then goes through a tender office and gets evaluated. Once the evaluations are done and completed, you take it back through an adjudication process, which then checks and balances are done before a contract is awarded. That contract timestamp goes back into SAP to say this contract is effective from the 1st of this month. This is the values that are approved by the committee. These are the conditions that and those numbers are then captured. So what we were saying is the portion between you capturing a request and actually taking a report, which is created on a computer to an evaluation committee, is the portion that is manual. And of course, manual is not appropriate for this type of environment, and that is why we are going on digital procurement. But the size and nature of digital procurement requires us to do quite a bit of work. You can't just go and buy an off-the-shelf system and connect it to SAP and say, here's your problem, and you do. We've got hundreds of buyers all over Eskom doing these work. So whatever system you have must integrate fully into SAP. and be able to do. That's why we've gone out on a tender process to get the gaps filled in terms of where commercial activities are done outside of the system.
There is common knowledge of cartels and syndicates defrauding Eskom in whatever way. Is your unit in any way vulnerable to the cartel activities? And if yes, what exactly are the activities of the cartels in your unit, in relation to them trying to loot Eskom?
So I don't have evidence. I've got reports that we've got things saying that these cartels exist, etc. So they're not part of my, I can't say at this point this transaction was now influenced by a cartel, etc. So I want to say that up front. So I don't have enough knowledge to say these cartels that were written in the book on the storyline, these things that I know about, and I can see which transactions and I can link them back. But let's assume that there are people outside of Eskom and that they would influence the process. The greatest vulnerability is being able to get to your staff. So if they can get to your staff, either because of economics and the people themselves being open to corruption or collusion, etc., they would get through them in terms of being able to get access to specifications or other people's bids, etc., in a way that they would then do a compliant bid. But I think even Andre de Ruyter, when he explained the system, he said you would then see a compliant bid coming through. You would see the prices being, the most cost effective, and you would see the adjudicating committee then seeing that the award is made to the correct person. In terms of supplier diligence, yes, we can say we then check who are the owners of these suppliers, and in fact, if there are any issues in terms of their, more from a financial due diligence, whether they actually are able to execute this contract that they have. We would do the basic checks to see if there is any issues with them, with any of the enforcing agencies, National Treasury, etc. But that's about as far as you can go in terms of your system itself being able to pick this up. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what we do. And what we then do is try to make things more, stage gates. So the same person that's preparing the spec can't be the person that awards the contract. That's why you have a separation of evaluation of contracts versus award of contracts. And that's sort of how we deal with it in terms of segregation of duties. Cartels itself, I don't even have it in my plan to try to mitigate the use of that. All we then say is that if you, in terms of public procurement, you need to have a bid that is relevant for the material that you want. You have price checks done with the QSs so that when you're going out to the market, you have a fair evaluation process that you run, and that fair evaluation process, together with these additional due diligence, leads you to recommend a particular supplier to a committee which does that. So I think we've tried to strengthen the controls around that. I'm not able to answer on the cartels as well because I haven't done any work on them.
I hope, as a senior manager at Eskom, and Eskom being in the news for bad reasons for quite a long time, you are keen to follow news about Eskom, specifically when it talks about your unit. There is one contractor who once said it's officials in the supply chain unit that are using their names to claim money from Eskom without their knowledge. Have you ever done any follow-up on that? Are you aware of that allegation? What did you do about the allegation?
So unless I know the name of the supplier, we regularly, almost on a daily basis, get complaints of different natures, either suppliers questioning why they did not get their tender, or suppliers indicating that they feel that other tenderers may have behaved badly, or people coming forth either through the whistleblowing line or directly to myself in terms of concerns they have. So we have a process to actually run with that. So I can say yes, we have. I don't know the specific instance that you're talking about.
Chair, my question is, there is a contractor who alleged that officials from the supply chain unit use their names to claim for work that they did not do from Eskom, meaning they use their names to defraud Eskom or to loot from Eskom. My first question is, are you, as a person, as a senior manager in Eskom, are you following the Eskom news? Are you aware of that allegation, number one? Number two, if you are aware of that allegation, what did you do about it? Did you do any follow-up? The others that are coming, I understand, who didn't get the coming to complain. This one is saying they are using our names to claim from Eskom. Even if there is nothing we have done from Eskom, you will see money getting into your account. That is what is done by supply chain officials. So I'm saying, as a person who is a senior manager in Eskom responsible for supply chain, first of all, did you see that allegation in the news? If you did you do any follow-up on it up to today? What is it that you have done about it? Thank you.
So, Chair, I can't recall this particular incident, and I can then also ask, I'll refer to see whether this was brought up with forensics, because I actually don't do the investigations myself. So we generally look at media monitoring, but I can be honest, I don't every day look at issues. So this particular one, it's not in my radar at the moment. I cannot say then, I can refer to my ANF colleagues, and I can also come back to you tomorrow to see whether this matter is being investigated, because the procurement team does not conduct the investigations themselves. But if that's the case, that is a very serious allegation.
It is, that is why I thought you would have an interest as a person responsible for supply chain. If a person says, this is what is happening in your unit, it's a very serious allegation that could not be just ignored. That is why I have interest to know as to what is it that you have done as the head in that a particular unit. If it is just a mere allegation, maybe, but you can't say, no, there's nothing that has been done, I don't know anything, because it's a very serious allegation. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, do you want to respond to that?
So Chair, I'm happy to get, we've got allegations, and this is very vague for me. I can't confirm that without the name of the supplier and when we're talking about it, but I'm happy if you give me that, to have that answer for you tomorrow. Because we investigate a lot of things, including fraud with suppliers. So without knowing when this was in the media and which issue, I think I would be, going in the dark in terms of answering.
Okay, that's fine. I think it will be provided. Colleagues, we're going to take a lunch break now until 2:30, and then we will come back and wrap up with procurement. So, it is 5:02. Please, can we all be seated at 14:30? Lunch break. Thank you very much. Procurement, we'll come back and wrap up when we are done. Okay, thank you.